Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. It is now day 2 of the tournament and finals day at that. I'm your host, Avalie May, joined by my one and my only co-host and caster, Captain Flowers.
What's up, everybody? It is good to be back here for day number 2 of the competition. Day number 1 was awesome, and I think that day number 2 is only going to be bigger, badder, and better in every way, shape, and form.
Day 1, we saw 50 teams duke it out in 2 different lobbies, Flowers, and unfortunately, only 25 of those top teams could move on. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from all the action that happened yesterday. But of course, there was just so much of it, Flowers.
Absolutely. We got to see a bunch of pretty intense PvP skirmishes. There were a lot of times that we ended up getting 2, 3, 4 teams all coming together in the same spot. Our final circles were pretty consistently intense across all 5 matches. There weren't just the total domination of the top teams that we were expecting at the start of the day. Honestly, the first and 5th games went probably the most formulaic. Games 2, 3, and 4 seeing some more upsets where some of our top squads got taken out early. We heard that there were a couple of misplays, a couple of missed calls, and then people ended up going down before they expected to. But once the dust settled, we did end up with those top 25 squads that proved themselves to be a cut above.
Oh yeah, cut above the rest, and now those top 25 squads are going to be the ones who are duking it out today to figure out who the top 3, and rather who the champion will be of these squads. And Flowers, not only did we get to see a lot of different styles be broken out in terms of gameplay, but we also got to see a lot of special styles with character customization and plays at that. Onyx, I will never forget that drive-by run from Onyx. We got to see a lot of team coordination in terms of the Chocobo hoodies. We got to see a couple, I think we saw at least one machinist that we didn't think that we were going to see, first of all. But again, still so many amazing squads that came out and really kind of stepped up throughout the course of those 5 rounds. But of course, Flowers, there were quite a few teams that really seemed to rise above the rest in the first 2 lobbies that we were watching yesterday. Who caught your eye?
Well, I think we would be making an objective mistake to not immediately address LSK first. This was the squad that consistently put up the highest elimination numbers. If I recall correctly, they are the only squad that broke the 30 elims marker, and they broke it, I believe, 2 or maybe even 3 times. Absolutely incredible gameplay from these guys. We had an interview with Legit Vocals, who is more of like the shot caller, the frontliner for the team, talking about his role to set up his 2 teammates, who he believes are the 2 most mechanically gifted players in the game right now, and will always hit those shots. He's picking the targets, he's setting it up, they're following it up with their mechanical prowess, and the way that this squad works together is definitely something to behold. I absolutely have them as my front runners to walk away with that #1 spot here today.
Absolutely, and even looping back to that interview that we had with Vocals yesterday, love the fact of how he was saying that he put his team together, as you said, the 2 top shooter players, as well as him just kind of taking on more of that shot caller and I'll be the bait role. But I really also want to speak to the confidence that they had in that interview, saying like, you know what, we had fear in our lobby, and so we ended up tracking them down, I believe, in rounds 4 and 5, which was unlucky for them. But really just saying that they feel confident taking down anyone in this final lobby. But another team that I kind of want to give a little bit of shout out and recognition to, Flowers, is actually Team Rocket. And this was the squad in Lobby A that we had our eyes on, which was Krovax, Creator, and of course OG. Now, this squad really popped off in round 1. We saw totally dominating play, as we can see right here, and I believe it was the final, or one of the final fights for this round. And then we saw them drop to a 2nd place finish in round 2, thinking, okay, they're still kind of like top 2. I wonder what happens next. And we even actually saw them, Flowers, drop to a 10th place finish, and I believe it was round 3 or round 4, but they were still racking up those eliminations consistently in order to get the points that they needed to move them higher and higher up the standings. And of course, in round 5, we saw them come out really strong, swinging, and taking that 1st place within round 5. So now that the 2 lobbies are combining, I do have respect for LSK and how dominant they looked in their lobby, but I think that Team Rocket is going to be the challenger that goes up against them. What do you think?
I think it's going to be very difficult for LSK to be met on equal footing in terms of the amount of eliminations they're able to pick up. But Team Rocket, some of the other squads up there that were consistently placing in those top 5 as well, showed their ability to fight back and take advantage of some of those situations where you could catch LSK off guard. And now that we have all of the best players from both lobbies combined into our championship lobby today, I think the competition's only going to get more intense.
All right, and we actually have an interview with Creator from Team Rocket right now. We're going to go ahead and introduce them on in. Hello, Creator!
What's up, buddy?
Hello.
All right, we are super excited to be meeting and speaking with you right now because, listen, it's day 2. It's the finals day. Everything comes down to today and your team's performance for these rounds. So now that the lobbies are mixing up, you're going to be met with Team LSK. You're going to be met with all of the top contenders from Lobby B as well as your opponents from Lobby A. How are you and the squad feeling going into this final day?
We feel good. We feel good. Krovax feels good. OG feels good. I feel good. We've been practicing all day. We practiced a little bit last night. I did anyways. I ran a couple games. There's a lot of tough competition out there. So, our nerves are a little shot. There's a lot of tough players. So we don't really know what to expect, but we know there's going to be some upsets, some things, some curveballs.
Yeah, so speaking about those curveballs, I know that yesterday the competition got pretty intense. Things got a little wild, especially in the middle of the day. Some of the top teams, including you guys, dropped down a couple of notches there for a little while. What's the communication like within the team, and what's the team atmosphere like when things are starting to get really chaotic, and how do y'all keep it together and make sure you're still gunning for those top spots?
Yeah, it gets chaotic. We talk over each other a little bit. We're a fairly new team. We didn't come together until towards the end of Blitz. Krovax actually reached out to me. He was the one that kind of put the team together. He and OG were already kind of a pair, and they decided, hey, let's reach out to Creator. He scored decently on the Blitz, so I was pretty happy about that. But overall, Krovax really calls the shots. We try to listen to him. He's a really smart guy. OG's he's a killer. If you stand in front of him too long, he's going to knock you out with some fireballs. Yeah, I'm just really happy to be playing with these guys, and I just try to keep up, honestly.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Always good to have teammates that push you forward and challenge you to be even better.
Now, Creator, one thing that I do want to point out is that we were able to speak with LSK yesterday, and Legit Vocals had said that they feel confident and that they are going to take every single game today. What do you think about that statement?
I don't think that's feasible, especially with us in the same lobby now. I think it's going to be much more challenging than they might expect because we're coming and we're putting everything on the table. We've already talked about it. We've all 3 of us have played since season 1, day 1, and this is the focal point. This is what we've been working for. So no matter what happens, we've decided we're going to put everything on the table. No regrets. Just have a good time and play with this awesome community.
Well, that is awesome, man. Thank you so much for sharing all this with us. Best of luck to you and to Krovax and to OG, and I hope to see some killer plays from you guys for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Best of luck to Creator and their squad going into this round. Not feasible, he said. I like that how we got from gonna take every single game to I don't even think that's possible now that we are in the lobby with you, Flowers. I like the confidence there. It was soft spoken and yet it was still detectable.
And I like the fact that he's honest about, hey, this isn't a roster that's been together for a super long time. They recently came together. The other 2 have been playing for a while, bringing him into the picture. Now they're all working together under what is Krovax's shot calling. That's one of the things that I immediately look for in any team. The fact that they have a voice and everybody's willing to listen to that voice, that bolsters a lot of confidence for me to think that these guys have what it takes to go the distance.
Absolutely. Now, Flowers, we got to talk a little bit about the teams that really stood out to us from day one, but I also kind of want to take a second to talk about just some of the in-game stuff that we had seen yesterday. I mean, we saw a lot of different styles come out. We got to see a bunch of different materia usage and everything, but the first thing that I do want to talk about are the most placed styles. And Flowers, I kind of remember yesterday you saying that you thought Ninja would be the highest picked style, and I can't help but notice that it's not.
You're just being difficult on purpose. It is 0.28% off at the top. Might as well be tied for first, but you are correct. Technically, Dragoon, the most played style. The power of having that jump as well as the ability to glide afterwards, the extra mobility that gives. Ninja also with a ton of mobility. Those being the top two classes really shows how far it can take you to be able to outmaneuver and outrun your opponents, reposition yourself on the battlefield. Ranger and Warrior, two more really popular ones. Ranger, of course, setting up for some of those killer snipes like what we were seeing from some of our top players yesterday. Warrior, the frontliners, the tanks, the engagers. And then Monk and Sorcerer being a little bit less popular, a little bit more niche. And then Machinist is, well, Machinist.
They were there. We saw a couple different hoverboards, Flowers, and I feel like that's, a good enough for any Machinist fans that are in, the chat and the audience for today. But yes, as you said, the Dragoon having that mobility played such a huge factor, especially for some of those solo member squads just trying to stay alive until the end of the game. But Flowers, these were all the different styles that we saw. I want to talk about the materia that we saw being used as well. And I mean, listen, we got to talk about the fire. We saw a lot of people using fire, but one thing that I want to hit on is actually the blizzard materia, because we didn't get to see too much of it, but when we did see it be dropped into the middle of some of these team fights, just being able to have that ice turret hitting people, slowing them down for you, really started to make a pivotal kind of like effect in some of these team fights.
Right, one of the big things you need to think about with a lot of these materia that do inflict direct health point damage to your opponent is not only is it damage, but even if it misses, it creates a zone of control. It creates your opportunity to manipulate the way your opponent positions on the battlefield, which then opens them up to more shots from you directly. It's not just about the thing that it causes immediately, it's about the effects thereafter. We've been seeing fire and thunder specifically cast into areas to force opponents out from behind cover and make them expose themselves there where you can finish them off with some of that rifle fire, take them down. Cure and Arrow have been two of the most popular support type of materia. Cure, of course, being used to constantly refill the health bars through skirmishes, while Arrow allows players that vertical mobility that can reposition them to get the drop on their opponents. If we look at the next page of materia, things in there not quite going to be used as much on the first page. Didn't see a whole lot of Comet, didn't see a whole lot of Gravity, didn't see a whole lot of Teleport. Blind got used pretty frequently, actually. Saw a lot of those smokes coming up, especially if a player goes down to try to get them out of trouble, revive them in time. Bio, another one of those zone control tools to create that damage over time area of effect that enemy players don't want to cross. And Raze is just the most desirable possible spell when one of your teammates is downed.
Absolutely. I think we saw a lot of really great races. I believe it was towards the end of, I think, round 4 or round 5, and it was on the side of Brittany, really just trying to pick those teammates up as fast as possible to make sure that they had that number advantage, especially as the zone was closing in. But Flowers, those were all of the materia that we ended up seeing being used. But another thing that I kind of want to touch upon, and honestly, I feel like a greater spotlight should be given to them, because whenever we do have them on screen, they're just being squashed and slashed and shot up, and it's not fair. I am talking, of course, about the monsters, and mainly the hedgehog pies, Flowers. I think that they need to be the true stars of this show, because, you know, they're just so cute. They got their little green tongues, and they're bouncing around, and people just squash them for Gil.
Yeah, the hedgehog pies often get beat up. Everybody's taking their lunch money at the beginning of the game. It's not a good time to be a hedgehog pie, but of course as the match moves on, most players just ignore them because they're not worth a whole lot. Monodrives and slug rays, we didn't see a whole lot of these on day one. Hedgehog pies were kind of just where people went early. If we go to the next page of monsters, we're going to see things that provide a little bit more of a challenge. The Cerulean Drake and the Bomb we actually saw quite a few of on day one. The Cerulean Drake being able to be knocked down into a stunned state where players can then finish it off easily. And the bomb being one of those that has a special drop. We got to see that one time for a very short amount of time yesterday. And then the Cactar, I mean, even the description says he's a rare sight. We didn't get a whole lot of him yesterday. I'm hoping we get to see his appearance here today, but I'm not holding my breath on that one.
Yeah, I really want to see some Cactar play. I just want to see him pop up in the distance. I know we had, I think it was JD Miller with the Christmas Cactar skin on, so I don't know if that counts as making an appearance. But yes, as you said, I'm going to count it. I'm going to count it.
All right. You round up, I'll round down.
But we had a Chocobo motorcycle and we had some Chocobo swords, so I'm going to count that as a win. But yes, Flowers, as you said, the bomb will drop the bomb launcher. Similarly, we have the Cutter dropping the Buzzsaw launcher, as well as the Scorpion Sentinel dropping that Pole Star. And of course, little Tonberry, maybe not a special unique drop coming from him, but very, very dangerous, as I have learned, where disrupt him and he will sneak up behind you and take you all the way down to 1 HP. It was a scary and sad moment for me, Flowers, when I found that out.
Hey, he's a scary little dude. He looks cute and cuddly, but looks can sometimes be deceiving. Of course, the Cutter and the Scorpion Sentinel that you also talked about on that last page, set spawn points for those guys. They won't always be in those spots, but maybe today we'll get to see players finding their way there and finding one of those mini-boss type of opponents ready and waiting for him to get one of those special arms.
We hope for that. To end up today, Flowers, but do you know what else I think that you're hoping for and what the audience is hoping for?
All right, what do you got?
Definitely what
am I hoping for?
We didn't see it at all yesterday, but I have all of my fingers crossed that we get to see someone try to take Bahamut. And who is Bahamut if you've never
let's go.
I don't know, laid eyes on Final Fantasy before? We'll take a look.
He's just so cool. Bahamut, the King of the Dragons, he's been my favorite summon in the entire series of all Final Fantasies ever since I started playing this series a couple of decades ago. And of course, players, if they're willing to accept the challenge of defeating him, which is a task all on its own, they can then gain his power to use for themselves. His limit break, his signature technique, that mega flare that you can call down that massive area of effect blast to try to take out your opponents, as well as having his other more normal but still pretty incredible abilities with the flare breath, the dive bomb, the spin attack. It's a risk to go after him, because if you're caught fighting him and somebody else pulls up on you, they can take you out, finish the fight themselves. It's risky, but the reward could be superb, and I hope we get to see somebody go after him today.
I know, Flowers, it is a somewhat risky play to go after Bahamut, but come on. These are supposed to be the best of the best teams that we have competing here today. I want to see them going for it. I want to see them make a play. I want to see them not only eliminating people with their own skills and style and materia, but let's bring out Bahamut as well. Wouldn't that be such an excellent closer for round 5? Just like end of the day.
I would love it. That's what it's got to be. Round 5, you can't win unless Bahamut gets one of the eliminations for you. That's not, of course, one of the actual rules, but hey, I'm allowed to dream.
I'm writing it in somewhere. I'm gonna write it down on my arm or something, and it's gonna be the brownie point from the host and casters if you guys manage to summon Bahamut. But listen, that was a treat for all of us, but something that is a treat for all of the audience that we have is actually a special community letter from producer Shoichi Ichikawa. So let's take a listen. To all our valued Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier players and viewers, thank you very much for all the love and support for Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier. I'm very happy to see many soldier candidates register for the First Soldier Championship. We have received feedback from players who wish to participate in the tournament but were not eligible. I have read through your comments and wish to consider your feedback for the future. After after seeing the interactions on the tournament Discord server during the preliminary rounds, I saw many comments between players who commended each other's skills and provided comfort to one another before and after the matches. Although rivals on the training field, I am completely moved by the respect shown to each other and overall positivity of the players. The Final Fantasy VII First Soldier team and I are very lucky to have such a wonderful community. I also saw players who wished to become friends to play more private matches together, which was very nice to see that we could introduce a feature in the game that brings the community closer together. The new season is on the horizon. Season 4 will begin August 31st. New locations on the map themed after Gold Saucer have been added, as well as a new style, Trickster, which will introduce new strategies and a more dynamic way to enjoy the game. I highly encourage all viewers to try the new season themselves. We have a bunch of exciting content planned for Season 4. Please stay tuned for more updates. Most of all, I am extremely excited to see which team will mark their place as the first ever champions of the First Soldier Championship North America tournament. I will be cheering all the players on with my eyes glued to the live stream. I wish all participating teams the best of luck. And with that being said, from producer Shoichi Ichikawa, a letter to the community Flowers. We are so close to being able to jump into our games, but before we do that, we need to take a quick break. So everyone stick around, because when we come back, we're going to be talking more about today's tournament.
Miss it.
everyone, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the first Soldier North American Championship. I'm Ovely Man. I've got Captain Flowers with me, and Flowers, we have to tell people how day 2 of this tournament is going to run, so let's take a look at the format.
Let's do it.
Yesterday we had 50 teams entering and only 25 remain to move on to today. Those 25 teams are going to be playing a total of 5 full games, Flowers, and of course only the top 3 will be receiving some prizes.
Okay, so let's jump into how this breaks down. Again, you're going to get points based on where you finish in the lobby, 1st through 25th, with also a bonus per elimination. Now, that bonus is capped depending on where we are in the day. You can get up to 7 eliminations worth of points in match 1, up to 15 eliminations worth of points in matches 2 to 3, and then unlimited in matches 4 to 5. Day number 1, this played heavily into the outcome of the standings, as once that elimination cap was removed, teams like LSK that went super heavy into eliminations were able to skyrocket themselves past the competition. If you're trying to get one of those top 3 spots today, you can take it easy in match number 1, but you got to be stepping it up in 2 and 3, and it has to be full pedal to the metal, 100% gasoline in matches 4 and 5 to get every elim you can.
And let's go ahead and meet our top 25 teams that will be competing today. We have, of course, Team Rocket. We spoke with Creator at the beginning of the day, Creator, Kovacs, and OG. This is definitely a squad to keep your eyes on.
Yup, coming up next, Zigbar's another one of those ones. They didn't have the highest placements, but they were always getting good amounts of eliminations in a lot of the matches they were playing. LSK showing up right after. This is the squad, I think, who is the team to beat throughout the entirety of the competition for everybody else today.
Yeah, they're definitely a team that's going to get focused on. And me, Machinist with Onyx, that is the player to be watching for the motorcycle drive-by kills.
And then our last page of contestants making it in today, ready to try to compete with those top squads. I'm excited for it. This is our top 25, and I can't wait to get in the lobby. Remember that yesterday we had 2 split lobbies. Today, all the players are combined into 1, so the competition is going to be much more extreme and intense.
It's got to be extreme because this is what they're playing for, Flowers, in terms of prizing. First place is going to be going home with $6,000 split between the team, as well as 30,000 Shinra credits per team member. They're also going to be getting 3 Razer Kishis for either the iOS or Android, as well as 3 Razer Opus X headphones. And Flowers, again, the most important part of this prizing, exclusive first place in-game title and banner.
Exactly. Got to have them bragging rights. Got to make sure you let everybody know that you were the champ.
Second and third place also going home with some credits as well as some prize money. But Flowers, there's one more prize that we have to talk about, and that is the MVP prize and award. Now, the MVP is going to be awarded to the player with the most eliminations at the end of the day, and they're going to be getting a $100 prize as well as 3,000 Shinra credits. Now, I do want to take this moment to give a huge shout out to our partners over at Razer for providing us with some of the awesome prizes for the competitors here today. As we can see, we've got the Razer Opus X headphones as well as the Razer Kishis for both Android and iPhone, which, again, I'm jealous of, Flowers. I mentioned it yesterday. I want one really, really badly. But listen, I'm jealous of this. You said you don't have a VR headset, which is a bummer for you, but potentially a plus for everyone at home who has a Meta Quest 2 VR headset, because this live stream is also available on Meta Quest Horizons Worlds. Now, the links will be in the chat or the description, so keep your eyes out for that. Throw on the headset and watch this stream in a whole different way. But Flowers, we are so close again to getting into round 1 of this game, but before we do that, we have to let the players get another deep breath in and a deep breath out in terms of preparation. So we're going to be taking a quick break. But when we come back, we're getting into match 1. Don't go anywhere. and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. I'm Ovly, and I've got Captain Flowers with me, and we are only seconds away from match one starting. Flowers. 2 lobbies of 50 players have now become one to the top 25, and we're about to see them duke it out as we take the view of Team Rocket.
Okay, let's jump in here and start off by talking about what we got to see yesterday and how that's going to compare to the competition here today. So the most important thing, and what ended up playing a huge factor with how far ahead our top teams were in day number 1, is the elimination cap. Only 14 points, or 7 eliminations worth, can be earned through eliminations here in match number 1. So I expect this one to be a little bit low-key, for lack of a better descriptor, because teams are going to hit that 7 elim cap, and then they can hang back, just play for placements. Following Team Rocket right now, they're not afraid to get a little bit scrappy early, and honestly, if you're one of the teams that knows you're of the higher skill compared to everybody else in the lobby on average, you can go for these early elims, like what you're seeing Creator do right now. Get those points nice and early against some of the weaker teams, and then you can play it safe, get yourself just that jockeying for position against the tougher squads, and be ready to go all out against them later.
I'm trying to see if we see any changes in terms of styles or team compositions with those styles, and right now the only thing that's kind of jumping out to me right now, Flowers, is that Creator went through a costume change.
Oh, did he? I'm so bad at paying attention to fashion.
They're all wearing these cute little wings now on their backs, where I believe yesterday Creator had the katana pairs. And
oh, yeah, okay. So
Kovacs
a little bit of
the
team synergy, huh?
Yeah,
team
we're getting a little bit
outfit
more
of
synergy.
wings.
Oh, and it looks like LSK is meeting in the middle right now.
Yeah, LSK getting into a little bit of a firefight here nice and early against one of the squads that we also saw a lot of action from yesterday. Zenpai going to be down there as Legit Vocals will lead the charge. Apple Cider taking out Orochi-dan there in the elimination feed as Zenpai gets finished off. Sion decides to go for the push. Vodake Boo running away now. You gotta remember that this squad is one of the ones that is difficult to tussle with. Vodake getting away now. They got to try to find a res to bring Zenpai back. Vodake's low himself. Cody's still at full HP, but they really don't want anything else to do with this fight against LSK nice and early.
Absolutely not. Now, it's either a conscious decision that they need to make, where it's, do we try to take down LSK early? Do we try to get a bunch of other teams to help group up and third-party them? Or do we just run? And it looks like Boo is just going to try to run as Legit Vocals is chasing him down, but actually gets down himself as Boo also goes down.
Okay, 1-for-1 trade there, sort of showcasing what Vocals was telling us yesterday in his interview about the LSK strategy. It's Vocals' job to go in, to draw the fire, and to sort of mark targets for Sion and Cosmo to then take out. If Vocals is the target, that's what the game plan of this team is. And now Sion's able to move up, revive, and protect his ally, get him back to full strength, and now the 3-man squad is back on the move yet again. Want to point out, still all 25 teams active. This is something that is already different from what we saw yesterday. Normally in the first minute or two of gameplay in day 1, you would see a couple of the weaker teams already eliminated. So these squads that are competing, this top half, the cream of the crop, they're showing their ability to be more resilient, to make better decisions, and not put themselves in as risky of a spot early on.
Absolutely. I think Vocals got downed as he was trying to take down the bomb with the help from Sion. Cody losing 2 of his members there. Boo and Zenpai looking for the revive. Flowers, one thing that I do want to remind people who weren't tuning into yesterday's showing is that we are on a slight delay just for competitive integrity's sake. So all of this is happening in the future if you're watching in the chat at home. And it looks like we're seeing the training zone start to shrink.
Training zone's going to start to shrink a bit, but remember, it doesn't shrink super quickly or super impactfully very early on. Players are still going to have a lot of room to explore. They're still going to be all over the place, likely split off from people if they want to be. But one of the biggest impacts that you're going to see here early on is look at all the little phone symbols. Those are your revive stations. A bunch of those are going to be cut off once this circle shrinks down to that white outline. You're honestly going to be losing over half of them total. So that's one of the hugest impacts of this thing starting to shrink down.
It's a Tonberry, Flowers. It's a Tonberry. Look at him with his little lantern and knife.
Zenpai's just going to have to kite this guy out. Don't worry, Mr. Tonberry, go away.
Just be careful. Just be careful. Shh, shh.
Get out of there, Mr. Tonberry.
Just take the stuff and leave. Oh, Tommy's gone.
All right, we're good to go. Zenpai, Cody, and Vodake all back together now. Okay, Okay, Zimpai's just trying to work his way around here. Don't want to end up on the wrong side of that as Cody hops in a car and starts driving away. Lil Satoshi seeing if he can take him out, but Cody is long gone down the road, seemingly escaped. Doesn't look like they'll be able to land those shots as he drives away. You can see him trying to go for the long shot, but they won't find it.
It's a tricky shot to hit with someone, driving away in that car plus going uphill. But Lil Satoshi also changing up their fit for today. You have to respect the drip, Flowers. You have to respect the drip.
Well, we'll see if the drip and the skills are equally respectable here. Lil Satoshi's going to have to try to find some of those elims, get the team on the board. Still 71 players active, still 25 teams active. Honestly, this long without a single team being eliminated so far, I think this is a really good omen for the entire tournament here today.
Absolutely, and it looks like we just had one more player revived as the 71 ticked up to 72. We're now taking a look at Team Rocket again, the POV of Creator with one elim on the board. Each of them, they're a little hurt. They've got a scratch on them, but it's not too bad.
Well, it's because they're all in the
themselves inside the zone. Yes, trying to run in. And remember, Flowers, around the boundary of the zone is always one of the most chaotic places to be, because you're going to have a lot of teams that are trying to make it into safety within that border. And you're also going to have teams that are going to want to try to camp that border and make sure that no one else can come into safety.
Very important the teams stay together as they approach the edge of the circle, moving forward, wanting to make sure that they're in a good spot to fight back against those campers. You can see these guys are pretty comfortable right now, though, spending an extended period of time in the danger zone, picking up all the resources that may have been left behind by people who wanted to get out of there nice and early, make sure they avoided all that damage. Honestly, if you've got cure materia, if you've got plenty of heals, you're going to be fine tanking through a lot of that here early on, so they're not too worried about it. They're willing to essentially use health as a resource. Use those heals as a resource to pick up more ammo, pick up more guns, pick up more everything that you might be able to find.
Ooh, it looks like Cosmo and the squad are making their move in. And Flowers, we saw Cosmo kind of like in with the scope just a few seconds ago there. And I just want to remind people how deadly Cosmo is, especially with like these long range snipes. They were picking off tons and tons of people yesterday during some of their top round plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Vocals told us about this squad, how Sion and Cosmo are the two best shooters in the game. And when you've got guys like that on your team, you'll want to set them up to make those shots. Zytera immediately going to be downed, as now it looks like they're going to follow up with another one. LSK on the hunt, picking up a couple of elims.
It looks like Soulby picking up a elim on the feed right there, along with Walrus. Lots and lots of action just going on all over as Cosmo. There's his elim on the board right there, using the arrow to kind of jump up. This is a special type of parkour as he's aiming up, trying to find out JD Miller as well as Gameology. JD Miller, the one who is rocking that Christmas Cactar skin, Flowers. As
I love the fact
right there, Flowers.
Cosmo,
that's what it's all about.
I love the fact that Cosmo's going for this because these guys have high ground. This is normally so risky. You're throwing the arrow out. You're jumping up into where these guys might already have sights trained on you, but Cosmo's confident in his ability to outshoot. And that is such an important thing to have in a competition like this. If you can outplay in situations that you're supposed to lose, that's huge. That gives you so much agency. That gives you so much choice and so many different ways to play every single one of these encounters. But it's still control over the top side of the mountain for the Cactar squad there, while we have LSK still lurking around this lower area. There's JD. There's your Christmas Cactar that you're talking about. Seeing if he can find a shot line on these guys. But he's got to be careful. If you shoot and you miss, they're going to shoot right back, and these guys are accurate.
He has a yellow Christmas ornament. That's a grenade.
Oh, hold on now.
Look
We got some more teams approaching. We got some more teams approaching. A couple more shots flying out. Okay.
All right, JD Miller trying to take down Sephiroth himself, hiding in that blind with General driving off away in the vehicle. I feel like
they don't want nothing to do with it.
Ooh, will the sniper become the sniped?
Ooh, let's see. Cosmo versus Cactar. Who's it gonna be? Nope. We're not getting a duel? Okay.
Oh, we're seeing
Dragoon
JD Miller
Cactar.
fly.
All right, a flying Cactar. That's got to be a good omen. Or maybe not. Cosmo now running back into the blind smoke. The zone continues to shrink as the fights continue to break out. Vocals and Sion also still right here next to their ally. Their opponents still taking shelter up there on the very top of that mountain. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks
No, it looks like
uh,
they're not really worried about it anymore.
Yeah, no, Team LSK is safely hiding in the little shack that they found underneath the mountains as all of the other teams are starting to disperse. I've finally been able to calm myself after realizing that Christmas Cactar has little yellow ornaments that are actually grenades hanging
It's the
off of them.
details that really
That was the highlight of my
it
day. But
exceptional.
Flowers, here's a mega flare that's going to be dropped down as it looks like Team Rocket is running into 2 other squads.
Ooh, let's see if we can get a little 3v3v3 action in here. Team Rocket might want to be careful, though. Generally, if you got a bunch of squads coming together at the same place, you don't want to be in the middle. One knock coming out there immediately. As you can see, Laurent getting another knock onto Weapon Raid. There's another knock onto Mako Crisis. Apple Cider responsible for that one. And Dante getting one back onto Jay Carby as Team Rocket falls back, repositions themselves. Now they're going to be fighting against the Christmas Cactar. JD backing away from that one. The snipe shots coming out, not landing most of those. God just going to get out of the way too. Apple Cider getting an elim. There's the elims from the knocks that I mentioned earlier. Those are coming through, which means a very dire situation for that squad. 22 out of 25 teams remaining right now as Team Rocket just moves into this Wutai area, starts getting control over the buildings, putting themselves in a safer spot, recognizing they may be surrounded or at least approached from multiple angles.
Flowers, I feel like we've been in this game for quite a while and still to only have 3 teams being eliminated so far. This feels like the teams are definitely taking it a lot slower compared to yesterday, trying to be a little bit more careful, trying to be a little bit more calculated with how they engage in some of these fights, especially knowing that it all comes down to these 5 rounds.
Exactly, and it all comes down to you only need 7 eliminations anyway. You don't have to throw yourself into the meat grinder trying to get a bunch of elims over and over and over again. It caps out at 7. Match 1 should be the slowest and most calculated game of the day, I would expect, just because of the way the elims are capped. There is no real reward in match number 1 for playing super crazy, so a lot of our squads are going to be playing this one a little bit more safe, getting a feel for exactly how everybody else is approaching it. But
Flowers.
Onyx only has one mode, and that mode is gas pedal forward. The motorcycle has been procured once more.
Yeah, Onyx has just been making. Oh! Onyx! Did Onyx just crash into Creator right there?
That is exactly what you like to see, a little bit of motorcycle madness.
Oh no!
It's never a dull
Flowers.
moment with Onyx around. It's never a dull moment with Onyx around.
At least this time Onyx hit another person on a vehicle instead of just like the absolute drive-by that they did yesterday. But Onyx is so great on these bikes. I just want to make sure that they always have one next to them.
I feel like Onyx does have a talent for always being able to find the bike. I feel like every time we get the camera panned over to Onyx, it's just bike time 24/7. But let's see what Team Rocket can find around here. They found themselves back outside of Wutai, not really worried about that one anymore. They're back out here into the overall wilderness area. Again, some different height to play with. Different vertical elevations going to mean that they can find some different ways to get the drops on their opponents, find some creative angles there. Taking out the bomb as well. Maybe they'll get the bomb launcher. Come on, let's see. Die, Mr. Bomb.
Bomb launcher. Bomb
die, Mr. Bomb.
launcher. Bomb
Come on.
launcher. Bomb launcher.
Come on. Bomb launcher.
Bomb. I got my fingers crossed. Oh.
Does not look like a bomb launcher. Unfortunately, just looks like some gil and ammo there. So, RIP. Maybe the next bomb will have one. Maybe the next time.
We can only cross our fingers and hope, as well as, scan the horizon for any of those rare Cactar monsters appearing as well. We've seen Christmas Cactar, but it's not enough for me, Flowers. I need more.
Want to see the real deal?
I want to see the real deal. I want to believe.
Okay. Okay, maybe we'll get the real deal. You just got to keep your eyes open. Remember, they're very small. They're very small. So.
Well, Tonberry's small as well.
Right. They're about the size of a Tonberry. Yeah. They're not very big. So you have to keep your eyes especially peeled for them. Hopefully one will show up. 20 teams left now. We have eliminated our first 5. Lots of squads around here. You can see Team Rocket approaching from the right. A couple more squads going to find each other off to the left. Octopus looks like they might be hanging out as a solo player. I don't know if there's any opportunity for a revive there or not. Vodake is going to find an elimination onto Donzo, who had already been knocked just a little bit earlier. Pedram could be in a bad spot here as Team Rocket approaches from the side. Dag and Bora. Bora, the player who was the victim of that motorcycle attack yesterday. But now Pedram down, might just get eliminated here. Going to need a team revival station in order to bring him back. Team Rocket getting the jump there. That's what I'm saying. If you're in these spots where there's a lot of teams around, if you think, okay, a bunch of people probably going to be playing around here, you got to be ready to stick together. Pedram had no backup, no way to get out of that one.
Absolutely. 19 teams remaining, 50 players up currently at the moment. Looks like King Groot and Suwako going to pick up a couple different knocks, but just you have to be playing closer to your teammates. Otherwise, like on the off chance that you run into Team Rocket or you run into Team LSK, it's just so gosh dang dangerous for you. And to give the enemy teams like number advantage right now and hold up, there's no way. Does OG hit these? He got one good shot onto JD.
Okay, hold on. We got a couple of knocked health bars over here that you can see in the UI, and those knocks are going to turn into eliminations unless their teammates can get them back up. M wins game, trying to bring the teammate back. There's the res, but Bora and Dag are still looking to fight these guys. Bora getting knocked now as we get Creator's point of view down the scope. Team Rocket is bloodthirsty yet again. Arrow going to propel Dag up into the air, who makes the landing down here onto the high ground, but runs into two separate squads. It could be bad news bears as he now has to try to escape and get away and be his team's last hope, but Dag is still stuck between a rock and a hard place in Team Rocket. Mia Nick's gonna get knocked down off to the side there now, as well as Richie Bees is in Creator's sights. Creator gets another one, and teams are starting to drop like flies in this melee.
Absolutely. I wonder if anyone has opened up that supply drop yet. Possibly. That looks like that's probably what some of them were fighting over, as it's super, super close to the zone as it starts to close in. And it looks like Sephiroth with only 35 HP right now. Hurden, along with General on their squad, Orochi Dan, the machinist that we get to see here, Flowers. We knew that, it was only a 9% pick rate as they try to get absolutely sniped by Creator on the side of Team Rocket. They have the high ground right now, Flowers, and they are trying to pick away at the players who are underneath them.
I don't even think it was a 9. I think it was like a 4. There might only be one machinist in this lobby, but Creator is sniping everybody here. Another knockdown coming out there, as now you're going to see materia dropped for an escape route. The blind provides good cover to get yourself out of trouble, as Orochi Dan going to be knocked down there by Creator. Another one of those elims coming in. There's the elim follow-up for the complete removal of that squad. It just keeps getting more intense now. We had a very low action early game, but now things are really starting to spike. 2/5 of the teams have already been eliminated. We're down to the top 15 here in the first round. 33 players still alive. Means a lot of squads. Oh my goodness, there it is again. Cosmo with the surface to air missile accuracy.
Oh, Benji, our superstar from yesterday, or at least the superstar in my heart, getting shot out of the sky for an elim for Cosmo. And Cosmo's not done. He's going to try to get Solby here as well.
There is no try when Cosmo is the one looking down the sights. The accuracy is there yet again. LSK squad moving together as you would expect. But Zenpai, Vodake, and Cody, remember, this is another one of the teams that has done very well throughout day one. They're one of the ones that may be able to, if they find LSK in a bad spot, be able to take the fight to them. But it's always going to be a hard-fought battle. Looks like they're willing to engage him here and now. So let's see how this one plays out. Ifrit summoned up by Cosmo. This could be a problem. This is a red light. This is a warning. Get out of town. You can see they're immediately going to drop the blind, immediately drop the ranger scan, try to get themselves back. Cody's already been knocked. Vodake is very low. Zenpai trying to get enough distance to make sure that the whole squad won't be wiped if this goes wrong. But now Zenpai is downed, and that should be the elimination of the entire squad, I would believe. LSK with the power of the Ifrit. They get the outplay and they make it look easy.
But Flowers, something that we have to remember from yesterday was what legit Vocals had told us. Yesterday, one of their major losses was due to a really poor Ifrit call. So now to see them secure Ifrit in this game and use that to their advantage, they're learning as we see another Mega Flare prepared to be thrown down. And it looks like there may actually be a few players close to proximity to it.
This is turning into a spicy one. Still 13 teams left as the circle gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Another player going to be eliminated there. That was actually an elimination onto Creator. Team Rocket could be in some trouble right now. They're going to need a full manual resurrection of one of their members. As we're still following Cosmo, still looking at the repositioning here of Team LSK, who have to realize this is going to get pretty crazy pretty quickly. There are so many players around this area. Anything can happen in moments like these. Even for the top squads, you can get approached by 2, 3, 4 other different teams at the same time, and madness can ensue.
Taking down some of these slugs and mana drives for the little bit of extra resources as they prepare to all be squished into this little circle right on top of the system. 13 teams and 30 players left up right now. It looks like Creator was just able to respawn on the side of Team Rocket,
Okay.
so there's all 3 members entering in for potentially what's going to be one of these big final brawls. Looks like Team LSK is doing pretty well as well. Actually, they're right next to one of the only remaining revival spots, so that's going to be a pretty important resource or location for them to keep control of.
As the ring gets smaller, battles become more and more unforgiving. It becomes that much more difficult to try to res your squad. Okay, let's see. You can see Vodake Boo sitting on about 10% HP. We have that health bar vision because we have perfect spectator eyes, but that is just, that's a hideout. That's an attempt to just go inside a small little space, find yourself a nice safe place to be, and try to wait out some of the carnage. As Team Rocket still trying to look for position. This is just absolute madness. Look at the sheer number of players in such a small area. 28, 27 now players still operating in this very small zone. It's going to turn very chaotic very, very quickly.
Flowers, look at how many players are still outside of the new zone, and honestly, right next to the border, they're going to have to cover so much ground in order to make it into that middle of the sewer system where they will be safe. Otherwise, they're going to get hit by the zone, but DNA has to be worried about getting hit by Creator right there, being able to knock him down. It looks like Cosmo also being able to knock down Dante off screen. Nox finding a elim onto Cran Carry as well. JD Miller being shot out of the sky by Creator, going to survive by just a little bit, but here comes the fire.
It's so dangerous to be in the air with that Dragoon power right now. It's actually one of the worst spots you would want to be. You are nothing but a floating balloon of a target. You are a loot pinata. There are 20 people on the ground with rifles seeing an easy target moving slowly. It's very dangerous for teams to do that right now. That Ranger power for the scan going to be huge. And you can see as we jump back in, Cosmo's usage of that, allowing the whole squad to see where everybody's at. They can see the chaos of this current situation. Fire materia, heal materia, arrow materia, lots of good tools on Sion to be able to reposition in this and be able to make sure his opponents cannot find the positioning that they want. Now going to train his sights onto Octopus. As you can see, Team Rocket moving into the middle of the map now here as well. The circle continues getting smaller. Octopus targeted as he goes up into the air. This is what I'm talking about. It's a dangerous place to be. A knock onto Lil Satoshi across the map. Suwako getting a knock onto Creator. Now down the sights, it's Cosmo yet again. Going to be looking to find these elims, find these knocks, find these health bars, wherever they may be. Running around on top of this building, you always want to have the high ground in intense moments like this. Now, let's see where else it's going to go. Casting a heal real quick, getting the cure, getting the regen. There it is. There's a knock. Gauge is going to be into that knockdown state as OG moves up. Might be able to finish off this kill. There it is. Thunder Materia guarantees it. Now, turning their attention back on over to Krovax. OG's already been down. Creator's already been down, I believe. If they take out Krovax, that could be the elim of Team Rocket here in position 8. OG back up over there instead. They're not done just yet, but Cosmo's still got high ground. Watch him go in, looking for this outplay, looking to take the 1v1. Krovax shooting back. Krovax is down, and Cosmo wins the bullet battle. Manages to finish off his opponent and secure the elim at a point in the game where there's just no time to bring your team back. Cosmo casting another cure on himself. Now you've got OG. It's his point of view. He's the last man standing on Team Rocket. It's Meowth versus the world. Can he find it? Sion and LSK trying to reposition themselves yet again, always moving as a unit, always making the calls, moving together. 6 teams and 11 players left alive, back down underneath the bridge. This is one of the strategies you can go for, trying to hide, trying to buy a little bit more time. But when everybody's thinking the same thing, it turns into a brawl way too quick. 5 teams left going. We're watching now from the perspective of Shadow Marine, still down in those sewers, down in those trenches, trying to win those fights. Back up over to the side of LSK, and they get another knock. They are one of the only teams left with all 3 players still around. It's a 3v2. LSK, one of the squads remaining, Shadow Marine and Suwako. It's them versus LSK. They have to win a 2v3 here if they want to take the dub.
Shadow Marine 2v1, as you said, and it looks like Suwako getting knocked here. Here comes final fight, Flowers.
All right, let's go. There it is. It's over before it even begins. And round number 1 goes to LSK.
LSK, they said that they were going to take every game today, Flowers, and they are keeping their word on that so far. That's 1 of 5. But again, remember, we did hear Team Rocket creator say, I feel like that's pretty unlikely, or that isn't even feasible. But unfortunately, they ended up dropping a little bit earlier into the round than I believe they would have hoped or would have liked. But still, what an amazing first round that we got to see, Flowers.
I'm excited for it. I can't wait to see the results, see the totals, the tallies, the stats. We do need a little bit of time to get all of that information together, so I do believe right about now we're going to toss to a break. But when we return, we'll be able to break down the results of round number 1 and get ready for round number 2. You don't want to go anywhere. Keep it right here for the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier Tournament.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. I'm Aubrey, and I've got Captain Flowers with me, and we just witnessed an amazing round 1 to start off the day, Flowers.
There was such little action at the start. We still had all 25 teams remaining for so very long, but then a finale more explosive than anything we saw on day 1 by quite a margin. I mean, we had, 20, 25 players in the second to smallest circle, and it just became chaos.
Absolute chaos, and I do want to dive into that first round a little bit deeper. But before we do that, we actually have a very special treat for everyone, which is, of course, a look at variant mode. I don't know who yelled louder. Was it you when we saw Bahamut pop up that you could play as, or was it me when we saw Sephiroth pop up that you could play as? I don't know, we both seemed pretty excited for that.
Oh, that was awesome. That was so cool. It was starting off, I was like, okay, you can be some cute little cactars, you can be some cute little robots, that's pretty neat. And then it just shows the Bahamut, and I'm like, let's go. Let's go. That is so cool. I love, that just seems like such a cool thing to add into the game, is being able to play as these iconic characters. Sephiroth, of course, just standing there as 10 soldiers fully mag dump him, and he just calls meteors down to annihilate them instead. Very in character for Mr. Sephiroth.
Absolutely. That gets me super excited to see that trailer. I can't wait to see more of and eventually get my hands on that game mode. But Flowers, we could talk about Bahamut and Sephiroth and all of our fandoms for a long, long time. But one thing that we definitely need to dive into right now were the results of that first match of the day. And let's go ahead and take a look at our endgame score screen with LSK, no surprise. Look at all of the damage and the elims coming out from that squad, followed by the squad of Infamous as well as the Bold Saucer.
Okay, it's time for numbers time. Get your math spreadsheets out because we're gonna be talking details. 15 plus 7 plus 4, that is 26 eliminations. Over 1/3 of the total elims in the lobby goes over to LSK, with over half of those elims going specifically to Cosmo, who put up 4,377 damage. The second highest scoring damage player in the lobby was his own teammate Sion, who got less than half of that. I said coming into the day, this is the team to beat, and I meant it. Let's go ahead and move forward. Look at the results based off of the total points and placements for eliminations as well as finishes, and you can see LSK, they got the 30 points for getting first place. They got at least 7 elims, so they're going to max out on that as well. 44 total points. Honestly, really good look for Infamous. I think it's really important that they hit that 7 elim threshold here in this game, because that means they also maxed out the amount of points available for second place. So we've still got a pretty close race here, but things might change, because obviously remember, round 1 is the only one where the elim points cap out at 7. It only climbs further from here.
Absolutely. We're still so early into our second final day of the tournament. But Flowers, we've got match 2 underway right now. So let's go ahead and jump in and see if any of these teams can change their positioning on the leaderboard.
Let's do it. Match number 2 starting up. I expect this one to probably have a couple more team eliminations early on compared to what we saw in match number 1. Honestly, it just took so long. So long to really get any of those teams fully eliminated in round number 1. However, we're going to follow LSK here. They land, they immediately grab a ride together. It's a road trip, baby.
Ooh, we're calling this, this is the Final Fantasy road trip game right there. Did you see how as soon as Vocals jumped in, we got the chocobo, we got like the waves going, like the entire car just got decked out?
That was pretty slick, I'm not gonna lie. I love seeing it. The little water graphic on the back of the vehicle as well. This is a cool car. I like this car. This is a car of champions, but we'll see where exactly these guys want to go. They just immediately plummeted straight towards the ground, fastest drop possible, then they take the car to a different location and start looting there. I actually think this strategy behooves them. I think if you're LSK right now, you know that you probably have a target on your back. If any other groups of teams see you and know they can team up on you, they're probably going to do it if they're smart, because that's their best chance to knock you out early and keep you away from some of those high placements. So the best way to do that is just avoid those chaotic early game situations. Yesterday, when we talked to Legit, he was telling us, yeah, the early game fights, before you have levels, before you have gear, it's pretty much just who shoots first, as long as people are hitting their shots. So you don't want to get jumped. You don't want to find yourself in a spot with a lot of other players around here too early if you know you've got that target on your back.
I mean, you say that, and it looks like we see a solo creator on the side of Team Rocket who's getting potentially dangerously close to Team LSK right now. Looks like creator just minding their own business, taking down a couple Drakes, couple monodrives, but what they don't know is that right behind them on their tail is Team LSK. Flowers. Ooh,
LSK,
spooky, spooky.
LSK, LSK. The alphabet has 26 letters, but you only need 3 of them. Watching these guys. Incredible plays coming out from them. Incredible shots as well. You can see Creator now in a down state over here. LSK finding Team Rocket nice and early. And this is some of the competition that we didn't get to see at all yesterday. Remember that Team Rocket and LSK were in separate lobbies. On day number 1, we had so many players that we had to play across 2 different lobbies. But now everybody's consolidated here together. So some of those matchups between some of the top placing teams from A and B, we finally get to see them go head to head. And LSK is showing no mercy.
Absolutely. Man, part of me wants... You know how I like Chaos Flowers? Part of me wanted to see Team Rocket and LSK fight each other really, really early on in this game, and we did get to see Creator get picked off by LSK, but it looks like Krovax and OG opting for just trying to pick up the revival rather than go in and try to avenge their fallen comrade.
And I think that's the smart choice. When you're up against a squad that you know is going to test you mechanically, that you know it's going to come down to who's got the better hands in the fight, you don't want to go into that at a numbers disadvantage. You are almost guaranteed to lose. It doesn't matter if you're a betting man or not, you don't put your money on the table for that one. Instead, cut your losses, go back, find yourself the revive, and get your teammate back up, and then approach him from what will hopefully be a bit more advantageous situation later on. Hey, it's Ronaldo, it's Premium, it's your Lingus. This is another one of our squads from day 1 that managed to have a couple of really impressive performances, including 1 or maybe even 2 first places. This is another squad that I think could be a dark horse, that could be a spoiler, and that could really, if they get the jump on one of those big tough squads like Team Rocket or like LSK, come out on top.
Absolutely. And your Lingus, as you said, one of the surviving sneaky members in one of those final rounds. And again, I don't know if that's maybe the type of gameplay that will carry you to top 3 for this final day and for these final rounds of competition, but you know, it definitely is a strategy that one can attempt to employ.
All right, I'm looking to see if anybody else has as cool of a car as LSK had at the start, because I'm looking at Twitch chat and they just now got to the part where they got to see the Chocobo Jeep and everybody's loving the Chocobo Jeep. So I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more of that. For those of y'all who are just now joining us, who didn't catch any of the action yesterday or before this point today, we also got to see a motorcycle drive-by elimination. So hopefully Onyx can bring us a little bit more of that action as we keep going forward. Captain Tingler and Darthson, we can see a motorcycle here. Captain Tingler, of course, not our resident motorcycle gamer, but still able to invoke the power of the 2-wheeled beast here for a little while as they're just continuing to loot these structures early on. We do have one team eliminated much earlier than we did last game, but still things are sort of playing to expectation here early.
And Darthson and Captain Tingler, I believe that this is the squad that has been playing as a duo for the entirety of the tournament.
And that alone, that's gutsy. Right? You have to be willing, like, that's a hard thing to do. Going into a 3-person competition and just saying, no, we got 2 dudes, and we're just going to fight everybody head-to-head. Pretty intense stuff. Back viewing Team Rocket and their little team-wide Demon Wing jerseys, I'm going to start calling them now, as they all want to make sure that they're synced up, ready to go. Not quite the finish they wanted in round number 1, like you were talking about. They didn't quite get that top-level placement that I'm sure they were hoping for, but here in round 2, there's still so much Final Fantasy to play for the rest of the day. Even if your round 1 doesn't go exactly perfect, remember, that's the one where the points are most limited anyway, so having a flop in round 1 is the least punishing round to have that occur. Things only get more intense and more punishing as the day goes on, so that just means round 1's the warm-up. Round 1's the time to get yourself in the zone and get ready to go. Now it's time to really turn it on.
66. Oh, it looks like we're going to try to go for a cutter right here for one of the potential rare drops flowers.
This is what I like to see. Let's see if they can take this guy down in a timely amount, or in a timely manner, I should say. Yep, that kaboom, doing a little bit of good damage to him. I would love to see them get the weapon here. I would love to see them be able to take this reward and use that to really push themselves further ahead here in some of these upcoming fights. It doesn't look like anybody is near here right now to try to gank them while they're attempting to take this objective, so I like the call to go for this.
I wonder, so if they do get the lucky drop, it would be the Buzzsaw launcher, and pretty interesting weapon at that. Let's see if they'd be able to grab it, and here you can see the Buzzsaw launcher on the screen right now. Fires chainsaw shots, the rounds stick to the target, inflict damage. Pretty nice weapon that I would say.
Right, but you also got to see during this exactly why it's dangerous for teams and players to go for these objectives, to go for these bosses, like the Cutter or like Bahamut or whatever. It takes a long time to kill them.
Oh, they get it?
Yeah, they got it. They got it. You can see the loot rain falling down on the ground. You can see the weapons waiting for them right there. And now that they've got those, the reward has been completed. They took the risk. They got the reward. That's what you like to see. But these bosses take a long time to kill. And that's the risk you're putting yourself into. You're making a lot of noise. You're firing your guns. And you've got your attention focused on this. If somebody else shows up, it can turn bad pretty quickly. Oh, let's see here. Scion trying to knock his opponent off of that motorcycle. Remember, this is Shadow Marine. This is the team that ended up placing second overall in round number 1. If they can take them out here, they can stop them from piling up a nicer amount of points. Shadow Marine knocked down, eliminated now. Remember, that's only one player. It's still a pretty big map. There's still plenty of revival stations. As long as the teammates are around, you would think they might be able to find the res.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Shadow Marine rode their tricycle into the wrong neighborhood with Scion, Legit, and Cosmo just immediately removing them from the map. Looks like they are currently stationed right around the border of the training zone right now, and it seems like they are alone in that. I wonder if Shadow Marine was just solo or where the rest of their group or squad was. Right now we're taking a look at King Groot, Benji, and Arvin. 23 teams still remaining, 63 players at that. King Groot, I'm digging this tattoo skirt style. I like this.
Yeah, I don't think we got to see any of that yesterday. I don't think that was... I think this might have been a fashion change. Of course, very important. Sometimes you got to spice it up, go for a whole new look, new you. But of course, here's your favorite guy yet again. The Christmas Cactar locked and loaded, ready to go. Once again up on the high ground. I feel like JD likes to be the sniper. That seems to be the role that he wants to play. Has the Dragoon class to allow him to jump up to those high vertical positions, get himself this bird's eye view, and try to line up some of those sick-looking shots.
It seems like they enjoy snipers almost as much as I enjoy their skin flowers. I could just watch this person all day. All day.
I feel like this is your target now. The next time you play is to farm up this skin, which unfortunately I feel like, just based on my assumptions, I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark and say it's probably a seasonal skin, so it might be a couple of months before it's available. I don't really think Christmas content normally comes into stores during August, so might need a little bit of time to wait on that one. But still just chilling, looking through the scope here of JD Miller 99. As you can see in the elimination feed, it's still LSK picking up a couple more of them. Almond Walrus takes out Yorlingus. Almond Walrus was another one of those snipers from day one that really impressed us with the aim and the accuracy from long distances. And not just aim and accuracy, but at targets that are specifically trying to move, dodge, or run away. There's a big difference between hitting somebody who's standing still and hitting somebody who's running, jumping, rolling, climbing, everything they can do to avoid your shots. Some of the players here today have absolutely cracked accuracy.
Yeah, so far I feel like Cosmo and Walrus have been the two most impressive snipers that I have seen so far. It looks like Groot knocking down Suwako as we take a look at Vocals right now, as they're potentially going to be running into another squad with weapons, Insidious and Mako Crisis. We see the rush being used as Vocals is taking a little bit of damage, throws the cure materia down on themselves, and Flowers, who's that on the platform?
Oh, nobody wants to go after him though. He's so risky. Think of how long that it took them to take down the Cutter. Going after Bahamut is going to take even longer. I would really love to see a team go after him, but it seems highly unlikely considering how much of a risk it is, and considering I think a lot of players are around this area right now. Maybe if we get a lucky spawn sometime later on where he shows up in an area where not many people are and a team wants to go for a real YOLO Hail Mary type of play, then maybe. But right now, I don't think it's in the cards, as we're checking out what Team Rocket has planned. Creator dropping a heal there, trying to get back up to a higher amount of HP. You can see, has the Blizzard materia, has the Blind materia, so a lot of zone control there, as well as a raise to be able to bring these guys back, expecting to need that utility in some of these more intense firefights. There you can see the Blizzard shots being fired off as they want to keep control over the top part of this hill. Some Blizzards being shot back towards them now by their opponents. King Groot, Benji, Riven, this is another squad from day number 1 that we saw some pretty sick plays out of, but now they're going to have to deal with this Team Rocket squad, as well as multiple other groups. This is becoming a hot spot very, very quickly. The Hedgehog Pie is blocking the shots.
I really want to see if Krovax has been using that new weapon. As Krovax just gets down by Benji, as we bring up their name, it looks like King Groot and Arvin are in the area. OG being able to knock down King Groot, and now we see Creator trying to circle around the building to help out his teammates.
All right, Creator going invis, using the power of the ninja there for some of that sneaky repositioning. But without Krovax, it's time to just head to the revive station. I feel like you gotta want to bring these guys back. We have a knock on the King Groot there, it looks like, as well, I believe. There's so many health bars on the screen at the same time. Sometimes it's hard for me to figure out which one is which, but that's fine because that just means we're getting a ton of action. Yeah. Creator, now unavailable to be revived. Krovax, 3 minutes still to revive him. So OG needs to get this one teammate back, and then they're going to have to play from a deficit for the rest of the round.
Absolutely, and what a hit that is for Team Rocket as we see Onyx zoom by on their motorcycle. You want to talk about win conditions for games, that's all that it is for Onyx and Team Meme Machinists. Just get Onyx onto a bike and you are good to go. As we see OG trying to meet up with Krovax as they are diving down into the fight after being revived. And really, I do want to see if Krovax has used that special weapon yet, or if it's just gone unused since they were knocked.
Yeah, we'll have to try to keep an eye out for that buzzsaw launcher, see if we can get any cool moments out of that one. But for now, they seem to just be on the run a little bit here, retreating back a bit further. But look at the amount of different colors in the player tokens on the minimap right now. We've already got 3 different colors. We can see the green, all 3 of them in the same area, as well as a yellow and a single red still hanging out here too. I love when the different colors collide on the minimap because it means we're going to get some fights. Let's see. Okay, doesn't look like OG is going to be looking to jump into anything too immediately. Throws out a Thunder. Again, a very powerful zoning tool. Creates those lightning bolts throughout a large circular area. Makes it so your opponents immediately want to retreat from that. You don't want to get stuck in there. The damage that you take from being caught in it for a second, not too extreme. If you're forced to be stuck in that area for an extended period of time, it can really eat away at your HP.
Speaking of eating away at the HP, look how low OG is. Has to continue to use Cure on themselves in order to try to make up for the damage that they've taken. And with all of that MP being used, it looks like they're finally going to be able to bring it all the way back up to full health as they are facing Benji in a full squad. And it looks like OG goes in for the fight with Arvin.
Okay, OG, you better be ready to outplay this one, but it doesn't look like it's going too great. A sorcerer in a gunfight is not a sorcerer where they want to be, and Benji just comes over and smacks him over the head with the stick.
Krovax is currently the only one still alive for the squad of Team Rocket, can still potentially pick up the revival on OG, still has the 3 minutes there, but they're going to have to escape from the clutches of Team Benji right now, who are keeping these little shacks kind of down locked. Krovax currently looking for a revival, and I believe they're going to be able to find it.
Unfortunately, Creator is unavailable to be revived. He is not answering the phone right now, so it's looking like a Krovax and OG duo mission here for a good long time. Mega Flare being prepared. I'm just not going to acknowledge it anymore. You know that, Amelie? I'm not going to acknowledge it anymore because nobody ever actually goes after him, and it just ends up making me disappointed whenever I think about the possibility of him being picked up. So until one of the teams decides to go after him, I am ignoring the messages.
So what you're saying is that it would be really annoying if I keep bringing up Bahamut throughout the entire broadcast?
Amelie, don't do it.
Hey, Flowers, you don't be great right now. If one of the players went after Bahamut, what do you think about that?
You know, it would be great if you had a Christmas Cactar, but you don't because it's August. I can do it too.
That was too far.
Okay.
You pushed it way too far, almost as far as some of these teams are from the training zone right now. Flowers, as we see Bahamut at the southwestern corner, he's flying away to a mountain, but it looks like he's just flew over the heads of 2 teams. As we see this squad, the 31, 32, 33, slowly closing in on the Sector 7 Undercity southern part. I wonder if that's where Krovax is right now. It looks like we're now taking the view of Team LSK as they're hopping around other squads, and this looks like this is going to be the Sector 7 skirmish.
This is a really cool purple Jeep. Their cars are really slick for the side of LSK. I'm really liking their cars. We've got the Summer Chocobo Jeep. We've got the purple Jeep. I'm curious now what the third Jeep on the team is, because I feel like each one of them's probably got a different look. So we'll keep our eyes whenever they hop into cars for the rest of the matches today, because I really want to see that third one. But you can already see Scion has 6 elims as well as 2 assists. So that's at least 8 elims here for the squad. Legit Vocals only sitting on a single assist, but as he said, getting those elims is not his job. He's not looking for knocks. He's the one whose job is to move forward. He keeps the sword out to give him a wider field of vision, because he needs to go in first. He needs to be scouting and marking and making calls for his 2 big cannons to hit the shots.
Absolutely, as it looks like Limitless knocks long time on the elim feed, as we can see Cosmo throwing out that Ranger ability, the assess, being able to mark and know where all of those potential enemies, monsters, and effects currently are. Cosmo knows that there is another squad on the other side of this building, as Scion just goes for the spray and pray at the top. I wonder if they're going to try to move in and close in on these enemies.
There are so many different colors of player markers on the minimap in this same small area. It looks like a bag of Skittles. Everybody's coming to the Sector 7 Undercity, and they're coming here for a party, but the party is being hosted by the current top dogs, and they are ready to bounce everybody right out the door. Let's see if they can land those shots, because right now, things are looking a little rough for M-Win's game. There's an elim coming in as Phase 5 starts, and we're down to 16 teams with 34 contestants remaining. That means on average, most teams only have 2 players alive, and that means that the exception is once again LSK, 3 men strong.
I'm so happy that you could just do the math in your head so I don't have to. It looks like we have a solo Shadow Marine at the bottom of that mountain over there. Potentially the only one left on their squad, as you mentioned, is mathematically possible at the moment. Currently seeing the training zone being shrunken and a little bit northwestern of the Sector 7 Undercity, where a couple teams currently are right now, and it's Zenpai Flowers actually summoning Ifrit. We saw LSK being able to summon Ifrit in round 1, so seeing him in the hands of another squad is going to be interesting.
Well, we'll see if it ends up being that Achilles heel for LSK like it was yesterday during the round that they unfortunately went down very early due to some, how do we call it, unlucky timings around this summon.
Doopsies, Flowers.
Yeah, that's the scientific term. I'm trying to use layman's terms, you know, speak to everybody here, as your Lingus downed and falls off the mountain into the pit of doom. LSK ready and waiting as they cast an arrow and immediately jump straight up the face of the mountain. They'll continue moving forward. There's the scan used to mark the target. Arrow going to be used looking for an escape, but this is the problem when you go into the Dragoon Glide, when you've got somebody below you who's got the long-range rifle and the aim. Let's see if Scion can do what Cosmo did in game number 1. Doesn't look like it. Nice escape. That was a clinch right there.
Yes, doing the stuttering jump basically as they're flying away, in order to avoid some of the bullets that Scion was just slinging their way, ended up saving Sephiroth's life as he just kind of soared through the sky to safety, as we now take the point of Limitless, Lauralt, as well as Apple Cider throwing down the arrow to try to get the upper hand to throw a couple more pieces of materia. They have the blind down, they're throwing out the fire towards George Carnage, and Benji gets knocked by Morbido Flowers.
Oh boy, here we go. This is getting to the intense part of the match yet again. I am loving these chaotic finales. Let's see if we can keep up with all the action that's about to unfold here. Watching from the perspective of King Groot, who's the last one standing on their team. Going in, seeing if they can find any sort of a third-party opportunity here. That's your job. Once you're down to a single player, you either hide or you play spoiler. That's just about the only way you can do it. Trying to go for the gank onto George, but falls down instead. Now back over to the position of George Carnage, who just got that elimination. It's George and Danzo here as a 2-man squad. They're going to be looking for some of those shots too, as Danzo gets down, and Mr. Koala may be looking to finish this one off and pick up some elim points right there too. Danzo still alive for now. Now they've got to switch back over. George still looking for some of these shots, looking for Dag. Might be able to find him running away on the bike, but does not hit it. OG might also be in a little bit of trouble here as we switch back to LSK. We see they're all on full HP. They're just about to grab another elim there onto Morbido. Morbido ends up getting the credit over onto the Danzo knock as George is isolated. George is alone, and George is in trouble on top of these crystals. Legit vocals just rushing him, going in for the elim, going in for the knock, has the backup from his teammate, and George is down.
And this is just the teamwork that we saw so much of yesterday, Flowers, really paying off for the team of LSK. Not saying that no one else has been able to, work as a team in these two lobbies now combined into today's, but just the level at which LSK does it is just so much higher in the first 2 rounds that we've seen here. And we see Onyx on the other side of the mountain right now on the lower ground as Sion tries to take down Almond Walrus, one of our other amazing snipers. But right now, he is the one who is getting sniped as Sion tries to take down Dante and Nox, who are both closing in. Thunders are going down. Looks like Ifrit is on the horizon as well.
Okay, let's see if Vigraf can get anything. No! Just a face full of lead. Zalaris knocked down, taken out there as well. We'll continue to see LSK moving forward, trying to avoid the zone while also trapping their opponents out of it. That's Krovax, that's Team Rocket, that's Onyx, that's a Motorcycle Master, that's everybody being knocked, everybody being taken down. There's 3 teams left, but only 6 players. That means LSK is guaranteed man advantage, and Zenpai is going to be their first target. Zenpai will try to fight this one out, but it is so difficult in a 1v3 like this, trying to escape, get as much time as you can, just try to get away. You're playing for the second place spot at this point. Let's see, LSK, are they going to continue chasing Zenpai or do they look elsewhere? Zenpai up in the air, still trying to find that accuracy. Sion's going to keep looking. Zenpai's still going to keep getting away. This is it. Zenpai's the last one standing outside of LSK, and there it is again. 2 matches, 2 first place finishes for LSK so far on Championship Sunday.
The tri-colored Chocobo squad takes another first place placement, Flowers, and they took down some of the other dominant squads that we saw as well. So not only are they racking up elims and continuously placing first, they're also making it look so gosh dang easy for everyone else in that lobby with the way that they're doing it.
It continues to be exciting. We continue to have very explosive finales when we get down to the last couple of circles. There's not been a single time where we've got to that last little bit, second to third last circle or whatever, where there haven't been at least 10 teams still running. And the chaos that ensues is such a fun way to have these games end. But the problem for everybody that's not named LSK is LSK, and everybody else needs to have a town meeting or something and figure out how to deal with these 3 letters of the alphabet, or they're running away with the whole thing. Hopefully while they figure that out, we'll be able to tally up the scores and bring you all the standings. But we're going to go to a break right now. We'll have more Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier action when we return.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. I'm Ovely, and I've got Captain Flowers with me right now. And Flowers, another victory for LSK.
The first one that happens, you're thinking, all right, okay, pretty good team. We expected them to be at the top of the table. Makes sense they would win it. Second one that happens, you're thinking, okay, maybe Legit Vocals is, maybe he's onto something. Maybe it wasn't just being braggadocious on air. Now, if they do it a third time, it's time for everybody else to start working together and just trying to stop them as the final boss of the game. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the stats I believe that we have after round number 2.
Before we take a look at the stats, though, Flowers, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about some of these teams.
Okay.
And actually, no, I think we do have the stats ready. Let's go ahead and take a look.
All right. Let's see what we got.
I cut you off. I wanted to throw to the stats, Flowers. I'm selfish. It looks like we have LSK, Fear, and Bold Saucer placing as our top 3. LSK gonna look like they, again, I can't do math, but that's quite a few eliminations that they have on the board. Definitely reach the elim cap there.
Coming back to another big LSK dub. You're talking about being selfish. How about hoarding 30 out of the 72 possible kills they could have gotten all to themselves? LSK dropping a massive win yet again, breaking 6,000 cumulative team damage. Nobody else even coming close. Shout out to Corpse Cafe, who were at least almost up to 3,000, but again, not even at that halfway point. And when we're looking for elim counts, the nice thing is there was at least 8 elims there for Fear. There was another 7 elims over for Corpse Cafe, but a lot of these other squads, you're looking at 0, you're looking at 2, maybe a 3, a 1 here and there. It's tough trying to keep up with this number 1 squad. Let's go ahead and move it forward 1. See our total standings now as LSK are still at the maximum possible number of points with 2 first place finishes as well as 2 full elimination bonuses. This is just for match 2. This is not total. This is just for match 2. So they got the maximum points of 30 for first place, as well as getting 30 for getting at least 15 eliminations. Spoiler, they doubled it. Everybody else not hitting elim cap, but Fear doing a pretty good job getting 44 points from this one. Let's go ahead and move it forward again, and we can see the total standings that everybody is currently sitting at now between rounds 1 and 2, and already a very big difference coming out between first and second.
Look at that. Fear is moving up. Those were, the top 3 teams that we had our eyes on going into this weekend in general was LSK, Fear, and Team Rocket. Team Rocket we see actually taking a dip as they managed to lose one of their core members early on in the game, dropping a little bit further in the standings. But again, LSK already starting to build their huge lead. 104 points right now. Yesterday in their lobby alone, the difference between their point placement and the 10th point placement was 200 Flowers. So yeah. I expect their lead to get even bigger and bigger from those lower in the rankings and in the standings. And as we take a look at the top 10 right now, I'm interested to see how the other 15 teams are playing out. As we see Corpse Cafe in 6th, Tyler H Fan Club, Daddy's Red Head, X-Burners, and Chef's Knife. But there are still quite a few more teams that we have that are just below the 40-point mark. As now, we see the meme machinist right there. There you go.
Unfortunately for a lot of these squads, yesterday we had 2 different points that we were concerned about, right? We were concerned about the top of the table and we were concerned about the middle because we had that cutoff for top 25. That was going to get you into the competition today. There's no longer anything to play for outside of the top 3. And if you're trying to break into the top 3, you gotta be looking at whoever is winning the lobby right now. You gotta be trying to make sure those guys get eliminated early on. This is sort of what I talked about a bit at the start of the last game. You saw them go for a fast crash to the ground after jumping out of the helicopter there at the very start for the side of LSK. They all hit the ground at the same point. They grab the car, they drive away to an isolated area, and they start building up resources. They're playing smart. They're playing in a way that wants to avoid RNG-heavy outcomes where lots of other players could get involved and they won't be able to make the outcome favor them. The way that these guys are doing it is so smart, and everybody else needs to just go gunning for them.
Absolutely. Now we could take a look at the bottom 5 teams. Team Reverse, Chaos Bringers, barely in our prime, barely on the scoreboard, Flowers. The Zigbars and Shimmer Squad. 19 points and a 6 points at 25th place right now. So still quite a lot of ground that they're going to have to make up for, quite a few points that they're going to have to make up for, but it's going to get easier for them as we get into some of these, the third round, the fourth round, and the fifth round, as the elim caps are going to be removed, and they're going to be able to rack up points based on if they can pick up some of these elims.
Right, this will be the last round of the day where we do have a limiter on elimination points. It's still going to be limited at 15 elims for this one, but remember, with LSK devouring a huge portion of the overall eliminations, 30 out of 72 is, let's see, that's 15 out of 36, which is 5 out of 12, which is around 42% of the total number of eliminations you could possibly get, nearly half. That makes it so hard for these other squads to get comparable elimination amounts. So after this third round ends and they uncap it, it's really scary for everybody else.
Oh yeah, points and calculators are going to be flying everywhere as Christmas Cactar goes ahead and loots a little chest right there. And it seems like Benji is already in a fight trying to shoot down General. And chasing after him with the wings. It looks like General is trying to make their escape. Benji actually knocking down another player that we saw in the elim feed just shortly before this, and potentially this is their teammate that's running away. General tries to throw the bio, but Benji with the single shot to General takes him down, and he's going to be able to find that full elim. Looks like a car just went through, or was that a motorcycle? Some sort of vehicle.
But the elim does come out. Honestly, nice shooting early on, Benji. Good stuff.
Smacking some of the boxes to pick up some resources. Benji's the superstar at the end of the day. Like we said yesterday, Flowers, we have the clear star and then the fully colored star. And that's what Benji is to all of his teammates right now with those shots. He's the little superstar.
Shining bright, baby. Well, he's going to have to do an awful lot of heavy lifting in order to catch up to the top, but I'm excited to see everybody rise to the occasion and rise to the challenge. Riven picking up a couple of the... I don't know if I'm supposed to pronounce this as Riven or Ruin. Again, we learned yesterday that I was really bad at lead speak, so I'm not sure. I'm going to keep saying Riven.
I thought it was Arvin.
It's definitely Riven or Ruin. It's one of those two. Arvin?
Really? You don't think it's Arvin?
Arvin sounds like a chipmunk.
Well...
No,
that's Alvin.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. If I hear Arvin, I'm
from
thinking Final
Attack on
Fantasy
Titan.
Chipmunk.
No, but like it could be. Okay, chat. Arvin?
Come on.
Or Ruin?
No.
Chat?
Arvin?
No, we're going to let chat decide. Arvin or Ruin?
Arvin's a chipmunk name.
Well, why can't he be a chipmunk?
Because he's in Soldier. I don't think Soldier allows chipmunks into the program. I don't think they can survive
that Soldier
the...
is being very inclusive right now, Flowers. I would definitely hire a chipmunk to help me and my quests for power or peace.
Well,
looks like Dag is going to be taken down.
Okay, yeah, Dag's currently out of the picture. Going to need to revive him, bring him back up. Still all 25 teams active, though. Again, this is sort of par for the course here on day number 2. Teams are doing a really good job at avoiding full elims early on. They're choosing discretion as the better part of valor. You get somebody knocked, get somebody eliminated early, cool. The other guys fall back. They just want to get to the revive stations early on in the game when you have access to the entire map. There's so many of these things. They are everywhere. You will be able to get to a revive station and bring everybody back, so don't risk it.
Looks like Bora is currently cruising around in a vehicle right now, potentially going for that revive as Pedram takes down some of these cutie little pies. Krovax we see on the Dragoon, and it looks like OG was just knocked down by Cosmo, and it looks like LSK versus Team Rocket again this early in the game. All 25 teams are still up, 67 players. Blinds are being thrown down, but Cosmo's looking for the bodies.
This is why you need the blinds, because it can cover for your guys. Cosmo takes a shot from long range there, trying to be careful about this one. Just might get outshot if he's not careful, but it's so difficult to make it happen. Creator, Krovax, and OG, yes, they had somebody get down, but good use of that blind materia. Yet again, like I was talking about, it manages to get them the res, but now they've got to get all the way out of range. Use the terrain for the cover. Try to escape behind the walls. Fire materia going to be thrown after him. You can see Scion very far ahead. Legit Vocals very far ahead. Cosmo being that long-range sniper, trying to set him up, trying to make it work for everybody, but unfortunately, they're not going to find any of those knocks onto Team Rocket again.
Oh, Flowers, it's just so unfortunate for Team Rocket to run into Team LSK this early into the game again. Again, still 25 teams up right now, and for Cosmo to just be taking those shots onto Creator and OG as they were trying to go for that revive there, it's so dangerous early on. I would imagine that Team Rocket either digs their boots in and goes, all right, it's now or never. We take them out now, or we take them out at the end of the game, or if they just try to turn tail and run and try to scale up a little bit before facing them. Because they're the raid boss here.
Yeah, this is the raid boss. Bahamut is now the mini boss, and LSK is the raid boss in terms of the way these games are flowing. Let's see if we can get some more action out of these guys early. You can see Scion just setting up, always running around. Notice how he never stands still, constantly just moving back and forth, making it so he's never an easy shot if somebody happens to have eyes on him. Just going to continue moving forward. Are they really just going to chase Team Rocket all the way to the ends of the earth?
Oh,
are they that bloodthirsty?
I mean, they know that they're taking out some of their top competition early, so I feel like, you know, again, that is a strategy in itself, Flowers.
Well, let's see it. Are they really going to push this? That is intense. If they want to go for broke against Team Rocket early, that shows me they are so confident in themselves and their lead so far.
We are just getting to the point where chat is debating on what their name is, and it looks like Team Rocket's creator is being taken out right now as LSK searches for the remaining 2 members.
They are not done yet. They are really, really after these guys. Creator is eliminated, and that means the other 2 have to get out of town. This is what I was talking about, though. They're not going to stick around and fight. They're not going to try to outplay. They're not going to put themselves in a losing position. There's 2 kinds of ways that you can lose in games. Your opponents either make a better decision and play better than you, or you play poorly and put yourself in a losing position. And you have the power as the player to completely remove that entire second set. You can just not make bad decisions and get yourselves out of some of these troublesome spots. And that's what these guys are doing right now. They're saying, okay, our opponents played better. Now we're going to choose not to play poorly. We're going to make the right call, get out, revive. Cool. We got our guy coming back in. You can see Creator dive bombing back into the combat zone now. And now they're back to full strength. Now they can make those aggro choices.
Now that the gang is all back together again, they can safely move inside the boundaries of the training zone and hopefully run into other teams to pick up elims other than Team LSK. And no way Cosmo tries to take down Krovax as soon as they land onto the map again. Oh, and Cosmo is able to find the shot onto Krovax. Oh no, are they going to be able to get the final hit for the final knock? Scion downing the enemy right there, and it looks like legit Vocals, they're moving in on them along with Scion and Cosmo, Flowers.
Do or do not, there is no try. Team Rocket losing a couple players there, and now it's up to OG to a full retreat. Get back away from this one. Try to go for the reses yet again. The absolute bloodthirst that comes out from LSK when they're looking for these. Oh, we got a third party coming through here. A little bit of motorcycle action. Cosmo won't be able to take them down. It's very, very difficult to hit those moving targets just because of the fact that they're so fast. But it looks like Cosmo's not done. Going to at least run up on top of this hill, see where everybody else is going to be located. We've got some treasure chests that have already been looted up here. Some junk laying around on the ground. Not really anything that Cosmo's super interested in. Does have Arrow, Thunder, and Blizzard materia. All right, they're just going to keep on pushing forward.
I mean, they can afford to. They've already picked up quite a few eliminations. We currently have 54 players with 23 teams still up on the board. Looks like Suwako seems to be on their own from at least the angle that we were taking a look at, as Cosmo and the squad are potentially going to meet some other squads around the perimeter of this mansion. Now, they don't really have to worry about zone at this point in time since they are currently inside the safe circle, so no matter if it starts to shrink, they'll be good. So they can safely pick up these hedgehog pies, continue to gather up some resources, and make sure that they stay in this healthy and commanding position that they're in. And actually, as I say that, Flowers, it looks like another team got knocked as only 22 remain on the board.
LSK has now hit the point where people in chat are wondering, do they have some sort of hacks? That's how you know you're good. That's how you know you're good. When somebody thinks, no, there's no way this is human. There's no way this is piloted normally. That's just obscene. And so far, their gameplay has been obscene. They have been defining a level of play that nobody else has been on that level yesterday or today thus far. So everybody else needs to challenge that. Ronaldo, Yorlingus, Premium. This is one of those squads from yesterday that was able to place higher than LSK in a couple of the rounds, but they got to be careful because they're in Scion's sights. And Scion, you can see, using the mobility of that ninja, he jumps off, gets that extra double jump to just help make sure he's landing exactly where he wants to be. They've still got high ground, and they're still always looking for more of these knocks.
just a quick shout out as we wait to see if any fights start up. If you guys are watching Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier and going, this looks like fun, I want to play, well, I have good news for you. The game is available in the App Store as well as Google Play. So go ahead, download it, and you can even play along as you watch with the action. Try to copy what Cosmo does. I don't think you can, but prove me wrong.
It is very, very difficult to copy the best players in a game and the way that they play, but it gives everybody something to aspire to be, and that's always a good time as PH Premium tries to escape. Oh no, his teammates just drove by him and he couldn't hop in the truck. Oh, he's left behind as the sacrificial lamb, and the other two go on a road trip vacation.
Yeah, that's very much like the Mean Girls movie scene where it's like, get in, we're going shopping, except PH Premium just didn't get the invite. They just drove past them to the mall and said, you can walk.
The best part about this is you and I were talking about movies that I haven't seen before the show started today, and I have also not seen Mean Girls.
Please! Okay, so
not.
Ferris Bueller.
I'm sorry. No. We can't get into this now. We can't get into this now. We have action to talk about because PH Premium has now been respawned. Yes, they might have lost that fight back there, but that's okay. They got him back. He's coming back down. He's got his three-piece suit. He's dressed to impress, and he's dressed for success. Hopefully, they can find some of that success because the Golden Summer Chocobo Water Waves car is back in the hands of Team LSK. Look at these normal Jeeps. They're not nearly as impressive as the Golden Summer Wave Chocobo car.
So bland, so uninspired. Let me see the purple Jeep or the blanket orders resolve the unknown phenomenon. So these are kind of like the mini quests that pop up. But the quest that Cosmo's got his eyes trained on is just trying to shoot Ronaldo out of that vehicle, saying, your car isn't looking as good as mine. So for that, I'm gonna have to explode it.
Well, sometimes we have to get rid of the uglier cars or turn them into the fancier cars as the bomb now finds himself in the sights of LSK. Maybe they can grab themselves one of those bomb launchers. I really hope they do. We saw the bomb launcher one time yesterday, but the player who picked it up almost immediately fell, and that meant we didn't really get to see it in action.
Well, we also got the cutter in the previous round, but I believe it was Krovax who picked it up, and we were never able to see if they actually utilized it. We saw them pick it up, but we never got to see the weapon actually in action.
Okay, so maybe we'll get it. Maybe we'll get it, maybe we won't. Keeping an eye on materia that everybody is using here as well over in the viewpoint of Zenpai, Cody, and Vodake Boo. This is another one of those teams that normally does pretty well here. We've got a little bit of a firefight breaking out between them and their opponents who are trying to hole up inside this little house, but it doesn't work out too well. You can see the biomateria being used there. That's that damage over time zone of control. You throw that in a choke point, you throw that in a doorway, all of a sudden it makes life much more difficult for anybody trying to navigate those tight quarters. Back over to LSK, back over to more knocks again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Every single time we see these guys, it's always PvP, and they're always winning.
Looks like Asylum and Mako both knocked down. Cosmo is trying to find that third and final party member to pick up the elims on all three team members. Not sure if he's going to find it. Oh, he sees Weapon Raid. Let's see if he's going to be able to land the shots. Weapon Raid taken very low. And he finds it, and the fire being thrown down from, I believe that was Scion from high above the mountains, just for good measure. Right now, DNA and Donzo are in Cosmo's sights as DNA tries to jump up into the sky. Not going to be enough to help him get away. Donzo is the one remaining, going to sneak through on the other side of that tunnel? Machine? What do we call this giant tube? Plates? With factory?
Quite a vocab here. Whatever it is, they control it. And that's what's important. 17 teams still remaining here on the map. Lots of car gameplay here this time around as another beep beep I'm a Jeep strolling on through the area, trying to avoid some of that incoming rifle fire. And yes, they will escape from LSK for now. Legit Vocal's going to continue leading the charge as they press forward into the Undercity. Going to look to engage even more opponents up here. And it is multiple teams already around this area, so this one could get pretty chaotic depending on who is positioned where. Thunder Materia thrown out first. That's going to allow them to keep pushing up forward. Blizzard Materia put down there defensively, but they're going to need a little bit more than that. Lil Satoshi has to try to get back here. Nixtalia needs to be careful now as well because they continue pushing forward. They always know when they can go further in, and they make it a pincer attack as well. You can see Legit Vocals and Cosmo coming around from the side. Scion's there on the other angle. They make it so there's no way out, and they secure the elims very easily.
super easy. Just another day in the life for Team LSK. 17 teams still remaining. Look at that, 3 elims for Scion right there with a supply drop incoming somewhere onto the field. Field Anubis also going to be eliminated inside that house, most likely by Cosmo, as they are all kind of circled around the Sector 5 Undercity. This is just the northeastern border of the current training zone circle, as you can see right there. It looks like we're going to be moving a little bit further into the western side of the map. We see some teams already starting to make their way over there to start to secure a position, get a little bit of control, and set themselves up for when these teams eventually start to move in. But still, a lot of people around Sector 5 Undercity, and it even looks like there's maybe 1 or 2 people just around the mansion right now. That could be a solo squad, as it looks like Octopus flying through the sky.
Mansion's a good spot to chill out if you're one of the squads that only has 1 player left remaining. We are closing in on that time where we're going to start to see more of the PvP explosion, more of those teams being fully eliminated, as once the circle shrinks to the next white line, that's going to be about the size of the map where you're sort of forced into PvP. There's going to be a lot less of those safe spots. Cody coming around here for the Elim on Laurent. Remember, it's not just about how long you can survive, but sniping some of these elims, making sure you're the ones getting the credit for taking the HP to 0 and removing that player. That's 2 points right there. That's what you need to be making sure you're getting. Here in round 3, there is still a cap of 15 elims per team, but in round 2, the only squad that cleared that was LSK. The next closest, there were a couple different squads that had 7, 8 eliminations, but if you can get that 15, it goes so far. Remember, the difference between each placement, first, second, third, yada yada, is 2 points itself. So each elim is essentially finishing 1 spot higher.
Training zone starts to shrink one more time. Flowers, clearly it's going to keep on shrinking, but I like to add the dramatic flares. It looks like Scion is going to find Captain Tinglar taken very, very low. Going to see if Tinglar can try to escape from this as Cosmo circles around the other shacks. Looks like Hazard knocks down Pedram off screen because remember, there's fights going on constantly. So even though Cosmo has the assess down, knows where Apple Cider is, knows that they are potentially a little bit low since just getting through that firefight, gonna use Arrow to try to get up on top. Cosmo's going to see Apple Cider try to escape, but unfortunately Apple Cider, the one with the high ground on top of that building right there, but Scion going to try to fall from the sky to catch them out. Apple Cider hitting the ground floor, which makes him easy pickings for Cosmo to pick up that Elim.
And I think that's the most important part about that whole thing, was the way that they approach it. LSK always wants to do these pincer maneuvers. They send one guy after you, and they have another guy waiting in the best spot for you to try to retreat to, so that there's never actually a good play to make. Now, Premium's going to be in some trouble yet again, falling back down from the sky there after the arrow material was used. Yorlingus gets knocked as the circle closes in, and it's LSK with backs to the safe zone, trying to prevent their opponents from being able to move forward now as Premium gets knocked once more. OG trying to get away, knock comes out there as well. Cosmo is landing those shots. Scan comes through, back towards the direction he wants to retreat. He doesn't want to run back into anybody else as his team regroups after getting those knocks, after getting those elims. Krovax still alive, but the only player who can say that on Team Rocket now eliminated, and they fall at position 13, not where this squad wanted to be.
Oof, unfortunate for Krovax and Team Rocket Flowers. I know we were hyping them up, especially when we spoke to them at the beginning of the day, but it just feels like they aren't showing up in the way that they did yesterday, which is just super unfortunate, especially when you are paired with the powerhouse that is LSK in this lobby, as we see Cosmo just constantly hunting people down. Onyx, though, listen, they've summoned the bike before, but now they're summoning Ifrit. Going to have that on their side as Cosmo tries to take down Nox, who is dipping and diving, trying to swerve all over the place, but is not able to escape Cosmo's scope and sights.
I want to see Ifrit on a motorcycle. That's what I want. That's how we combine the themes of the gameplay for Onyx here today. You're just, if you're sitting at home, maybe you want to enhance this experience a little bit, throw on some dubstep whenever we look down Cosmo's scope and just wait for the bass to drop, because all of these are just montage plays coming out now. Every time we look down this guy's scope, there's always shots getting hit from about 200 meters away. There's always something good going on, so you can enhance your Cosmo spectator experience with a little bit of wub-wub, as we're over in the point of view of Bodake, up here on top of Bahamut's mountain, with no Bahamut to be found.
Next time we see Cosmo's scope, I'll hit you with the dubstep, okay?
I don't know if that's exactly what I meant, but okay. Still looking. Still looking at Vodake. Maybe we're going to get a little bit of sniping here from a different squad. Ooh, nicely done. Zytera, the last one left alive on that team, means the knock is an immediate elimination as Im wins game in a knocked state. Now that Elim comes through, claimed by the Hazard Zone of all things. And this is what I was talking about. This is the problem. Everybody outside of the zone trying to run into these smaller circles. They're being waited on by everybody who's already there. And it's such a difficult situation to try to play into. Scans are coming out as teams know that the fights are coming in. Vodake Boo drops as LSK takes control over the Crystal Mountaintop. They'll continue looking around for anybody wanting to approach them. Phase 6 arrives with only 17 candidates still in play and only 9 teams left still active. That is not a good ratio of teams to players. I will let you know a lot of these squads are running with only 1 or 2 men. It's very, very difficult to fight back against the top squads that still have 3 players left. Cosmo going around the corner, finds Richie B's here. That's going to go from a knock to an Elim very quickly. And it's still LSK in control. 15 players alive on the map. 3 of them belong to LSK. The remaining 12 players are split among 8 teams. Ifrit's having a good time out there in the field, just partying by himself, but he's not hitting a whole lot. You can see Vodake Boo needs to be revived still. Zimpai and Cody will not revive him in time.
No,
yes, there they will. Yeah, there they will. Okay, I didn't... It took a second.
I made that mistake before, too, because for a second it shows disconnected as they're basically, like, flying in.
Oh, okay. They got to hang up the phone when they jump out of the plane. That's fair. That's fair. That's lore accurate. I will accept that. I will own that mistake. That's on me for not recognizing that you shouldn't have your phone out when you go skydiving.
Was that your
dubstep?
That was my dubstep.
I didn't know you were Skrillex the entire time. Good job, Amelie. Okay, let's see where we're going to end up here. We still got Cody and Zenpai. We still got their squad left alive here, too. Shadow Marine, remember, placed second in the first match here today. Cosmo, they're going after him. Onyx, the bike crew is coming in. Okay, Cosmo avoids it for now. Still trying to stay away. Remember, the Ifrit was summoned up by Onyx as well, I believe. Alamir, oh no, Alamir's just going to get knocked. The Elim should come through guaranteed as the circle continues closing in. Shadow Marine trying to escape Cosmo's fire by hiding inside the blind materia. An arrow used to get Cosmo back out of the line of fire, back to the safety of his teammate. They're retreating back up to this high hill, and here it is. Final 5 teams ready to go. The circle has shrank to one of the smallest it could possibly be. Cran Carry now in the sights of Cosmo. Going to be taken low, but won't be knocked just yet. There's the knock. Elim not coming through just yet. Cosmo still focusing. Cosmo still hitting those shots. Now it's down to the final 3. 7 players among 3 teams left alive. We're going to see him retreat back a little bit further here. Cody, Zimpai, and Vodake inside the building as we're going to see another potential kill come out. Hazard Zone is the name of the player. They're just trolling me here on this one. I love that. But it is going to be an Elim. 2 teams, 6 players, 3v3. And look at what's coming out from these guys. They're inside the building, but they're up in the rafters. They want their opponents to come in, and they want to try to get the jump on them. Let's see how it plays. Cody, Zenpai, Vodake inside the building. Dropped. They want to try to get one of these guys if they can. If Vocals is too far forward compared to the rest of the team, they want to be able to try to take him down first. Vodake is going to be at half HP. Everybody's still full health on the side of LSK. They're finding a little bit of damage, but Vodake is finding some healing to answer. LSK, when will they push the building? How are they going to maneuver this? The circle is about to move, and when it moves, that means problems for Zenpai and Cody and Vodake, and there it goes. The circle's moving. They're going to have to abandon the building now. Vodake nearly down. He's going to be taken to 1 HP. The knock comes through. Now Zenpai tries to fight back, but once again, I'm sounding like a broken record. LSK wins it.
Flowers, I was kind of with Creator at the beginning of the day saying it wasn't feasible to win every single match, but after this round, I'm starting to think that yes, absolutely, this is a possibility because LSK is just undefeated, dominating, untouchable at this point, and their gameplay is just chef's kiss phenomenal.
Honestly, I really liked the strategy there at the very end from the other squad. They were like, hey, we don't want to take these guys on in a straight up, just out in the open firefight. It doesn't seem like it's the winning strategy. Let's see if we can bait them into coming into this building. Unfortunately, the trap they set did not work. The circle ended up shifting. And then when the circle shifts like that, all of a sudden you're the ones who now have to move. So your opponents now have the advantage, and they were ready and waiting. As soon as they came out of the building, the bullets started to fly. die, and that's all LSK needed to get the win for themselves. We'll have the stats, we'll have the updated information, and we'll have more Final Fantasy VII, The First Soldier, once we get back from this break. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, The First Soldier North American Championship, the final day. I'm Aveline, I've got Captain Flowers with me, and we just finished an amazing round 3, Flowers, with a victory going over to LSK once again.
LSK continuing to show their dominance. Legit Vocals actually just showed up in the chat too and explained to me an interesting mechanic that I was not aware of in the game, since I'm still learning all the nuances of everything. They threw the arrows down in the doorway so that their opponents literally could not leave the building. It was awesome to see that they were just blocking them off, making it so there's no way they could play around it. LSK just continuing to be a cut above.
Yeah, the arrow materia as well as the biomateria, just to make sure that they could not leave that house when the zone started going. Just educational for us all. And speaking of educational, Flowers, I know that you tell me that you are the Final Fantasy expert with all of the lore and characters. So right now, I want to put that to the test with a couple of Final Fantasy VII trivia questions. Let's go ahead and take a look.
All right, what do we got? Are these going to be super difficult?
I
Kate
mean,
Sith.
you tell me. Wait, what was this? Read the question aloud, Flowers.
How is Kate Sith's name pronounced?
And how
Now,
is it?
okay, I am going to preface this by saying I grew up in a cornfield in Ohio. Part of my childhood was mispronouncing everything in almost every Final Fantasy game. I have a lot of errors, but I'm saying Kate Sith is A.
I'm gonna see. Man. You know what? I'm gonna be crazy. Let's go with C. It's always C on the SATs, so let's see if it's KC.
Okay, we both missed it. Oh, no. Okay, we both missed it, but I'm making my 11-year-old self proud by still managing to mispronounce these names. I apologize, young me. We never got any better.
I mean, at least you can get Sephiroth, right? And Cloud, right?
Oh,
that's
I
kind of
did
like...
not have Sephiroth's name pronounced correctly when I was young. I think it took until I was 17 that I learned how to pronounce his name right.
How were you pronouncing it before?
I am not about to lose more respect in the eyes of the community. We're not doing that. Let's go to the next question. Let's keep
All right,
it
question
rolling.
number 2. All right, Flowers, what year
A,
was
1997.
That's your final answer, 1997?
Yeah. 789. 789 came out in order of years. 7, 8,
All right,
9.
well, is 1997 the correct answer? It is!
Yeah. 7's the correct answer. 7, 8, and 9 all came out in 97, 98, and 99 respectively, and then there was a year off in 2000 because Final Fantasy X came out in 2001.
I got you. See, I almost went with D, 1996, because that was the year that I came out.
Oh, you're a Zoomer.
No, I'm on the borderline between millennial and Zoomer. Like 96 is like the cutoff year.
Okay,
where you could
okay.
go like either way.
All
of
right,
being
all right.
A Zoomer or a millennial. That's why I have an obsession with TikToks. But you know what else I could have an obsession with, Flowers? Taking a look at the results from this
Okay.
last game, because it was such an intense round 3, and I really want to see how everything shook up at the end.
Okay, so let's jump into it. Surprise, surprise, what do you know? Ladies and gentlemen, it's LSK topping the charts. Honestly, the biggest surprise, they stayed under 30 elims this time. You're going to see
Ooh, they're slacking.
28 between all 3 players up there, as well as a grand total of just about 7,500 damage. That's not a typo. It's that much. Fear racking up 5 elims. 5 elims for the Tyler H fan club as well. 4, 4, 3, 1, 1, an 8 on Fall Guys, who placed 9th, but honestly are going to get a lot more points than a few of the teams in front of them just because of those elim bonuses. So really good job to them. But now's the part where the standings start to get really scary for everybody not named LSK. Let's go ahead and jump forward 1 to see the results of that match specifically. Okay, so there you go. This is match 3 results. Again, it's LSK staying on top, earning maximum points for 3 rounds in a row. Tyler H fan club, despite finishing 3rd in the standings in this match, end up taking the 2nd highest number of points. Fall Guys finished 9th and get the 3rd highest number of points just because of their elims. So let's jump it forward one more time. And then we're going to get to see a very, very, very scary screen as we move this forward and see the total standings, the total points of everybody. There it is. LSK is 56 points ahead of the next closest competitor. But then second through 5th is pretty close. And honestly,
Pretty
3rd
close.
through 5th is very, very
Yes.
close.
But Flowers, remember, there's only prizing for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, as well as the MVP. But let's be honest, with the elims that LSK has been racking up, the MVP prize is probably going to go to one of their squad members. So right now, it is looking very much like a hard race for 2nd and 3rd, as we only have 2 more rounds to round out our day, Flowers. And with a point lead of 64, unless LSK gets absolutely dominated or obliterated early on in the next 2 rounds, they're probably going to maintain that lead, or at least stabilize themselves to a point where no one can almost catch up to just how far ahead they've gotten.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I honestly think that at this point, if you're not LSK, you're playing for 2nd. I'm going to be totally real with you. They're so far ahead that it will take something absolutely miraculous to knock them off of that top pedestal. So for the other teams, and for Fear in particular, if you happen to see, any of those teams that are currently sitting on 3rd, 4th, 5th, maybe you catch them early, take them out. No mercy. get rid of the closest competition and guarantee that you're staying as close to the top as you can. Because, like I said, it's a runaway for first, decent little gap between second and third, but nothing unachievable. And then the difference between third and like sixth or seventh is 10 points. Very, very high percentage chance for some chaos and some shuffling to go on in there, especially now that... Oh, what's that? Oh. Ava, you hear that?
What? No.
That sounds like the sound of the elimination score cap being removed. That sounds like the most chaotic possible state for the last 2 rounds of competition here in the First Soldier.
I didn't know what the sound sounded like, but I feel like I could hear people hitting the ground right now as we are about to jump into round number 4, Flowers. Let's go ahead, jump into the game, and see how everything shakes out.
Okay.
Did you see we saw the little bit of Zenpai like flying in through that graphic? That was super cute.
Okay. All right. Let's do this. We're starting off the game. Avali, what do you want to see here? Oh, by the way, people in chat are telling me, did Final Fantasy IX really come out in 2000? I thought for sure it was 99. Hold on, Final Fantasy. Avali, talk to people about the game while I look this up.
All right, okay. Game.
Yes, no, it did. Final Fantasy IX came out in July of 2000. Okay, you know what? I'll own that. I missed that one. That's my bad. I knew that there was 1 year in there that got skipped somewhere. I thought it was the one between 9 and 10. It was the one between 8 and 9. All right, chat. Are you
thinking of maybe it had a Japan release in 99 and then the like Western release in 2000? Because I've had that a couple times.
I'm not sure. Maybe that is it. Maybe I can try to salvage my reputation.
Yeah, salvage the reputation.
But I was right about Final Fantasy VII, and that's all that matters. I was right about 7. That's all that matters. We got a little bit of craziness going on here. Vodake Boo trying to see if he can find a fight up against Creator. Team Rocket getting in some early scraps here. Might not be exactly what they want to do, or maybe it is. Elims are uncapped now. Maybe it's time for just absolute craziness all across the battlefield.
Yeah, I'd actually like to take a look at the dual wielder, which is, I think, not what Boo was holding, but I think it was the Team Rocket players. One of them was holding the dual wielder, and that's a pretty interesting weapon. It's a magic assault rifle. Fires like a shotgun, basically. And it basically gets charged up with MP. It's a pretty cool weapon. I've tried it out a couple different games, and it's the first time that I've really seen it in action. I think in our tournament so far, we just haven't gotten to see it a lot.
Well, I always like seeing those unique types of weapons. They create situations for players where you might get surprised by something you weren't expecting, right? You might get caught off guard a little bit, and that can be the sort of shake-up that can give us results that we were not planning on seeing. Krovax falling back down on those Dragoon wings. I honestly love the appearance of those wings. Like the purple energy wings, they just look so cool.
I know, they're really cool. I wonder if they're not style specific, are they? Just to the Dragoons, or does everyone get one?
I'm pretty sure they're just Dragoons. Dragoons have the ability to fly.
Oh, Cody goes down, and there goes Cody on the side of Fear. And remember, Fear placing second in that last round. And Zenpai goes down as well. And right now, Boo is very low, and the last member alive and currently standing on that squad. Team Rocket can hunt down Boo, try to go for that final elim, and knock out a high-placed squad early on in this game. Boo needs to be very careful. No magic no cure right now. It doesn't seem like they have any potions. Right now, they are just hiding from Team Rocket, fearing for their lives.
Now, the important thing is, Vodake Boo is a ninja, has a lot of escape tools. You can throw the knife into the terrain, port to wherever it hits, you can go invisible, you can double jump. There's a lot of ways to get out of trouble with this class. Honestly, if 2 out of 3 of your guys get eliminated and you're depending on the last guy to escape and res, Ninja's one of the best classes to have still in that fight. Vodake Boo will be able to disengage, but he's got to be so careful. You got to get these guys back alive and avoid any and all confrontation until then. Nice early bit of a scrap coming out there from Team Rocket. I think the biggest error there was not backing up sooner from the other squad. When you could see them still sticking around with Cody and Zenpai after they lost the first man, I wanted to see the other 2 back away, but even with low health, they decided to hang around a little bit and they got punished for it.
Something that I'd like to say, Flowers, is I kind of wish that Team Rocket went a little bit harder in trying to track Boo down. Just knowing from like the Elim feed, knowing who they were taking out, they had to have recognized the names and recognized them as a team that, you know, they're going head-to-head with in that race for second. So taking them down would have been phenomenal for their potential placements and point ranking for the game.
All right. Oh, hey, to the guy who said I'm checking chat while we're watching this as well, and somebody said they say Sephiroth's name in the game. You know that, right? I'm like, Final Fantasy VII didn't have voice acting. So they type his name, but I was a little cornfield boy and I couldn't read it correctly. So, unfortunately, that was just the hand that I got dealt. But we're there now, and that's what matters. Chat, however, also gave me an even more important observation, Amelie. Maybe the secret to beating LSK is Bahamut.
Whoa!
Maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need the Hail Mary, the ultimate powerful ability, the secret ace in the hole to take these guys down.
That definitely could be it. I mean, it's a method and a strategy that just hasn't been tried yet. So if one of these teams has what it takes to tackle that challenge, it could pay off for them in the end, as it looks like Boo was able to revive both of their squad mates.
Good stuff.
Walking around good for them. Mako Crisis, as well as Asylum and Weapon Raid, currently standing around the train graveyard. They're going to run into the Tyler H fan club with Cody and Zenpai, it looks like, using Arrow to potentially get a better look as they run into Boo. Mako going to try to get a little bit of high ground here, but actually just getting picked off by the enemies below.
Man, it is a pretty wild early game here for the Tyler H fan club. They just go from fight to fight to fight to fight, and unfortunately those fights are not favoring them. 2 more knocks coming out. The last guy's got to try to get away. It's Zenpai this time around with Boo and Cody, both incapacitated. Zenpai's got to head for the hills. Sorry guys, I'll see you later. I just got to try to get out of here, or is he even going to get there? The accuracy not quite enough. Zenpai trying to get away. I think he just barely got out of that one. Or was that a full elim? I didn't say, like, the health bar got so close to low. I don't know if it went all the way down or not.
Let's see, I don't know if we're able to take their perspective or not, but it looked like they were pretty much out of it, but maybe you saw something that I didn't. As we see a Mega Flare being called down as the 3 gather around the outskirts of the train graveyard. The zone is starting to move in, so the squad is going to have to start migrating to the safe zone as we see one member, maybe that 55 member, no, that 55 player is currently Dag, who needs to start migrating over as well, as we see a singular member of Team Rocket over to the side.
Well, I think you're correct, Amelie, the full elim of the Tyler H fan club there. Not a good feeling for them as they fall very early here in this match. There's Bora trying to get away on that motorcycle, make it back into the safety of the white circle. As you're going to see Mako Crisis take to the engineer hoverboard, hop on that thing and speed straight towards safety, wants to get out of this dangerous zone. Remaining candidates 66 as we find ourselves in phase 2. We've eliminated a lot of those res points. Remember, that's the biggest difference between phase 1 and phase 2. You still have a lot of playable area, but a little bit over half of those res points normally get removed after that first big circle close in. George Carnage. Oh no, George taken down by LSK, who are on the hunt yet again. They get the knock, they get the elim on the Sawako, and the elim on the hazard zone as well.
Parasite also picking up an elim, and Alpha a knock on the side of the elim feed as well. Tons of action happening all over the map, but right now we are following LSK, which guaranteed wherever they go, action is sure to have followed as Scion downs Sin. They're hiding right next to a car, and Sin is completely eliminated at this point. Zolaris tries to get back to the car, but that doesn't stop Scion from downing him through the window. Mamba tries to escape. Are they going to be able to? They're currently still inside the zone, so their HP is still ticking down very, very low. Are they going to be able to drive out to safety before Scion is able to hit them again? I'm not sure.
That was absolutely beautiful marksmanship there from Scion, shooting through the car, finding the shots no matter what. He downs one, he downs the second one. Third has no choice but to immediately escape because of exactly what you're talking about. Because of the state of the circle, you have to get away from it. You cannot stand there and try to take that firefight no matter what. Discretion's the better part of valor, but unfortunately, it means losing 2 men and then having to retreat. LSK continuing to control the battlefield here with 21 teams left intact.
Ooh, I think Mamba managed to make it out alive. And Flowers, I do want to point out that the chat is calling out the fact that there was a song called One Winged Angel in the original Final Fantasy.
Oh, I was a cornfield child. You think I could understand like the choir of the Latin vocals with the... No, I was not adept enough. I thought I was just hearing some really cool like ancient music. I wasn't listening for actual pronunciations. I didn't realize they were singing his name till years later. I was not a perceptive child. I apologize.
So when you heard "Set feet off You were just like,
I just thought I was like, yes,
awkward.
they are chanting right now. I am into this. We are in this battle. Let's go. Like, don't get me
Speaking of
wrong, I was hyped up, but I didn't know what they were saying.
People who are in the battle. And look, Sephiroth in the sights of Scion right now. Sephiroth taking to the skies, trying to fly away. 2 wings for that Angel, or rather that Dragoon over there, going to be able to escape. But King Groot also getting knocked down as Monster knocks Sparkles as well. The training zone starts to shrink. We're currently taking the perspective of Creator and Team Rocket as Yerlingus and their squad manages to escape via a vehicle.
Yeah, there you go. A little bit of wordplay. Okay, I like that.
Right,
like
that wasn't even intended. And
I feel like I'm getting dunked on by Twitch chat right now for not being able to read, and I'm just like, I have accidentally set myself up for a catastrophe. Thank you, based trivia. Anyway, we're looking at Cosmo yet again, the Chocobo hoodie of death and demise. This is such a scary visage to see heading towards you over the hills, to see coming after you. This is the Grim Reaper of Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier.
And here comes Arvin, Reven, Ruin, Arin, but now they're...
I'm still calling him Riven. I'm still calling him Riven. I did not see a convincing argument otherwise for any of the other pronunciations. I am going with Riven. That is where I'm sticking to this one. I'm not going down the road to the Chipmunk. We're not doing that here today. An arrow has been summoned up now, and it looks like, yep, they're all going to take it as a team. All 3 jump up over the wall, and they try to get the drop on Cold Flame, Long Time, and Octopus, who have to try to react, but it's not going to work. Cold Flame immediately down, as a heal is cast by Cosmo, trying to bring himself back up to a little bit higher health. Now let's see if Long Time is able to fight this one out. He's going to be taken low. He's going to be knocked. That's 2 immediately done for. They just clean house. They force the retreat from Octopus, who is able to get away. Let's see if they can find him. Yes, they do. He's still in glide mode with the Dragoon Wings. Can he hit these shots? Scion's still looking. They won't finish him off, but that's 2 more elims for the side of LSK.
Very far away, and now, wouldn't you know it, Scion has found Creator and Team Rocket. They elim'd them very, very early, or at least put the hurt on them early last round, and let's see if they can do it yet again. 19 teams, 46 players, still 45, excuse me. The players keep going down as the game goes on. OG now in the sights of Scion. Is Scion going to be able to pick up a shot? Doesn't look like it, as a Mega Flare is being prepared to fall from above.
We don't talk about that anymore, Avalie, not unless somebody actually invokes the power of my favorite dragon that no one has gone after just yet. I refuse. I refuse.
You have to put the vibes out there. You have to put
You have to summon it? Okay, you're willing the vibes into existence. All right.
Manifest. Haven't you heard of, like, manifesting your own happiness? I've tried that. It hasn't worked yet, but manifest Bahamut, you know?
Okay, all right, I'm going to manifest my own Bahamut summon, because that's synonymous with happiness to me. But Team Rocket would love to manifest some eliminations here. They would love to manifest some powerful gear, maybe if they can take out this bomb, get themselves a bomb launcher. But unfortunately, they're under pressure as they have to deal with everybody's most feared squad coming after them. Team Rocket versus LSK, and it's going down right here, right now. 3v3. Vocals and Cosmo both taken low. Cosmo's nearly going to be knocked. If Cosmo goes down, this could be an opening for Team Rocket, but they're not going to find enough damage to finish off the knock just yet. They've got to be careful. OG's now going to be taken very low here too, as Krovax comes in and looks to finish one of them, but he will not find the damage. Krovax now also going to be down very low, has to retreat a little bit, blind being used, trying to disengage. Krovax found through the window as Scion looks for the shots yet again. It's a marksmanship battle. Who's got the faster fingers? Who's got the better hands? Right now, LSK is back to fighting shape. Nearly full health bars on everybody. Krovax knocked now by the fire materia. That's the power of the AoE. That's the power of the spell casting. OG's going to try to fight back. Cosmo's been knocked, but OG gets knocked as well. With Cosmo out of commission, it's Creator versus the other 2. He's in such a bad spot. Legit Vocals now going to be hit. This is not a good look for these guys. Finally, somebody is stepping up and fighting LSK. Team Rocket, let's see what they can do. Creator's still looking. Scion's trying to res Cosmo. I don't think it's going to work. The fireball goes out, and Cosmo is eliminated. Scion versus Creator. If Creator wins this 1v1, this could be the biggest moment of the tournament for Team Rocket so far. Scion still trying to get away. Let's see if they can make something else happen here. Krovax still downed, but not eliminated. Krovax hiding inside the shipping container. A res is possible. Wow, Team Rocket just did what no other team has been able to do in the first 3 rounds of this competition. Team Rocket just outfought and outshot LSK.
It looks like Sion has actually made the retreat. Creator knows that Kovacs is in there, even though Kovacs is currently down, can still potentially give the information as to where Sion is. Sion went ahead to revive Legit Vocals and Cosmo, because again, something that Legit Vocals was saying yesterday in the interview is that they're planning on playing smart and playing the long game. They're trying to get those elims fast and hit that elim cap early, but remember, there is no elim cap right now. As we're getting into round 4 and round 5, so they just want to make sure that they survive until the end as they try to go back in and get revenge on Team Rocket for taking out some of their earlier members.
All right, LSK is back to full strength, and Kovacs now in a bit of a tough spot. Needs to revive his allies, wants to disengage from this one. It's tough, though, because LSK, now they know what a threat Team Rocket are, and they don't want to allow Kovacs to get away and come back to full strength. Looks like he'll be able to walk out from this one. He's managed to put enough distance between himself and his opponents, but the problem is there's another team waiting right here. He'll get the res. He's going to bring OG back first. OG's back in the map, but now he's taking the damage from the guys on top of that building. That's what I'm talking about. This is so dangerous. Kovacs has been knocked. He didn't realize there was another squad waiting. This is the difficulty. Comms have got to be clear here. They need to have a good plan. OG, now he knows he's got to revive both allies, and he's got to find a good spot to do it. Lucky for him, crashes down. We have perfect spectator vision. We can see nobody's around right now, so at least this res is going to be a bit more peaceful. But man, it is an intense game number 4 here for Team Rocket.
Absolutely. Looks like Kovacs being picked up as well. So all 3 players are up and alive again. And as I say that, Kovacs is being attacked by Z. Kovacs did not get out in time. They've been knocked, and surely this will be an elim. Kovacs goes down, and it looks like we take the perspective of Creator now, and they're going to have to pick up Kovacs one more time. So luckily, all the players still revivable, still somewhat breathing, as Kovacs is being dropped onto the map right now, but still, Flowers, still! What a brutal time Team Rocket is having right now.
I am so invigorated by the performance of Team Rocket here in this 4th game, showing us that a team can go head-to-head with LSK and fight back on even ground with them, can force a retreat, fight them to a standstill. That is awesome, and it's something we haven't seen throughout the tournament yet today. Gives me hope for maybe some upset potential, but there's still 17 teams and 41 candidates active on the map now, and we're getting closer and closer to that dangerous full chaos, full throttle, pedal to the metal, never stop till the tank runs out point, where all these games have come down to at the end, where we've got 20 players in a small circle and the bullets are flying.
Here we go, even more bullets as Kovacs fires into the blind, where plenty of other teams and players currently are scrimming out. Cosmo kind of looking through the alleyways right now. There's so many buildings, there's so many walls and obstacles for them to be trying to shoot through. Creator and Team Rocket are off to the side, and Cosmo tries to throw down some materia, some thunder to potentially land some damage as they stick together with the squad. 1, 2, 3, 4 different squads right now, or excuse me, 3 different. I'm colorblind. Is that 4 or 3?
It's a lot. We've got a lot showing up here right now in the
3.
Undercity. And you can see a little green circle on the left side of the minimap here as we follow Cosmo. That Ranger scan, that is so useful in situations like this. Honestly, that ability is so incredibly clutch in these moments, in these highly densely packed areas. Let's see how they're going to play it here. They found Team Rocket. If I'm LSK, that's the squad I've got my eyes on the most, because that's the squad that's shown they're able to fight back. And yes, indeed, that's the one they set their sights on. They get Kovacs, and now they're about to pick up a 2-for-1 special down at the Sector 7 mini-mart as Warrior of Light steps right into the sights. OG's going to be found now, too, as he tries to get a flank on LSK, but he's only flanked himself and been found alone. Creator now stands 1 versus everybody. Unavailable res on Kovacs, unavailable res on OG. It's Creator versus anybody, despite the valiant fight they had earlier. His job now is to play spoiler and play survival, but he can't do it as Cosmo comes in for that kill on OG. He ends up collecting both, and then Hazard Zone ends up claiming Lil Satoshi there as well, and then it was Almond Walrus taking down Vixenus. You can see the elimination feed on the left side there showing all sorts of battle flowing in here. Pedram, the one who ultimately finished Creator and ended Team Rocket's run here at 15.
Flowers, there's just so much action going on right now. It's even so difficult to keep track as Cosmo throws out the assess just to see, okay, we just elimed a ton of people, but is there anyone left? And yes, the assess picks up Pedrum, who is hiding above that tower. Cosmo trying to throw out, use a little bit of healing, trying to look for anyone else who is still in this area. Throws out the arrow to try to give himself the upper hand, getting to the high ground, looking for Pendrum. Thought Pendrum might still be here, finding that he has now retreated, and at least the full squad is now atop this tower as they look for everyone else.
This is going to be a potential setup for a long-range shootout, as we can see a lot of players over there up on Bahamut's Crystal Mountain as well. Let's see, can they hit all these shots on Captain Tingler? Yes, they will. They just don't miss. Not enough, anyway. Man, that is so difficult to play into when you know your opponents can hit those long-range, 300 meters away type of shots. It's just impossible to get away. And now we'll see what else Cosmo might be able to dial in, scanning around there, making sure nobody is up in that little lookout post. Shadow Marine is knocked. We can see that over there. That's going to be a problem as Premium now in the sights of Cosmo, taking some damage, having to try to find some cover here. I think they were probably wanting to finish off Shadow Marine, but with LSK sniping them away, they might have to reassess those priorities here. A couple more shots being put down range. Premium Yorling is trying to get away from those, but also multiple teams still hanging around. Everybody has so much to be aware of right now. The possibility of being third-partied is almost a guarantee in these skirmishes.
And the thing is, there's almost no possibility for LSK to be the one third-partied since they are high above everyone else. Cosmo doing the same tactic that we saw them do yesterday, making sure that they camp out the border of the zone, using that assess, finding Darth Sin hiding underneath that train wreckage or that little cargo container. Just gonna hunt him down. It's gonna be very sneaky, hunt him down, throw some materia out, and just take them down as soon as they can. But actually, Darkson with the warrior uses the sword, hacks and slashes, downs Cosmo. Is this going to be a full elim, or will the teammates be able to pick him up? It looks like Cosmo officially gets downed, and it's only legit Vocals and Scion left alive.
Yeah, remember, Cosmo has already been revived once this match, so the revival is not an option. Cosmo is now eliminated from the rest of this match. That was huge. Normally you see LSK playing together in a way where even if one gets knocked, the other two are around and ready to cover, ready to make the revive happen. This time around, it doesn't work out, and it does end up being very costly, as now, with their #1 sniper out of the picture, it's up to Scion and Vocals to make it happen as a two-man squad. Darthson trying to fight back against him here, but this will be a 2v1. This will be a bad spot for Darthson, and that will be the end of his run, as Scion and Vocals, there's 14 players across 7 teams still here.
That was the vengeance that Scion and Vocals picked up. But the thing of, like, what it was, Flowers, was that was the confidence from Cosmo going down and just trying to 1v1 that Darth Sin right there. And unfortunately, the warrior just going to do so much damage with that sword, getting a little cocky. And now leaving the squad as we get down to 5 teams, 1 man short for that numbers disadvantage. Plus, Cosmo was one of their main damage dealers and their best shooter. So this is going to be incredibly dangerous as we start shrinking that circle even further.
Oh, we ain't starting. We're almost all the way there. It's time for the final fight right now. 4 teams left, 10 players among them. Final phase. Let's see where it goes as fireballs are going to be thrown out. You can already see some health bars being targeted. Premium going to be taken low. Scion still trying to fight this one out, but he's down to half HP. Falls back behind the shipping container, looking to get himself some cover. You don't want to be the main target, but Scion is down. It's legit Vocals, the only one still left standing on the side of LSK. He's coming back around to his teammate, but Premium is letting loose. The revive comes in clutch as he raises his ally back to health, and Scion is back and ready for combat yet again. Still 8 players left alive. 4 teams are how they're split. The materia are flying across the board as everybody vies for position, but it's such a chaotic game state. It's such a chaotic final circle because of the way the terrain is with all these small buildings and shipping containers and terrain obstacles for everybody to fight around and everybody to shoot around. Premium, Ronaldo, and Yorlingus have such a good chance at being able to win this game. They are still 3 men strong. They have an incredible edge. They have an incredible opportunity to take the dub and take first place here and now. They're playing it safe. They're playing it slow. They're playing the edge of the circles. but now it's time for the circle to move again. It can't get smaller, it just wants to move around a little bit. So it's up to the teams to skirt those edges and find their way around. We're down to 3 teams left. I believe it's 2 teams of 2 and 1 team of 3. So let's see how it's able to shake out. Dante flying through the air on the Dragoon wings. He's going to find himself back on the ground. You don't want to stay in the air too long. Nox Diem going to be knocked down, and that should be an elim coming out now again for Scion and again for LSK. Still 3 teams, 6 players remaining. 1 squad of 3, 1 squad of 2, 1 squad of 1 man left. Premium, Ronaldo, your Lingus, they're looking for LSK. They want to use this man advantage. They want to be able to find that win in a situation that very rarely presents itself. 5 players left. This should be it. Vocals and Scion have got to do some incredible shooting to come out on top right now. Ronaldo's still looking to outplay, but legit Vocals goes in and finds the down. They find 2 of them. They've knocked 2. Could they still find this win despite having to fight it out in a 2v3? Scion and legit Vocals are somehow still making this happen. This might just be it. I believe this is down to a 2 versus 1. Scion and legit Vocals have turned the fight on its head. It's them versus Premium, and I would expect them to be able to go in and finish this fight now. Premium having the height advantage on top of the building right now. He's stuck in a shootout with Scion, and that's never a place he wants to be. Vocals coming around from the side. This is where they'll end it. They're continuing to push. They're continuing to rush. They're continuing to chase, and they are continuing to find themselves wins, even when it looks like wins should not be possible. Premium back on top of the building now, still looking to fight, still stuck in a 1v2, now gonna be stuck between a rock and a hard place in a circle. Is that it? Yes, it is. GG, it's LSK again.
Flowers, I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't think that they were gonna be able to pull it off with that many people remaining, having the numbers disadvantage, and plus in such a chaotic final zone and setting. But LSK proving match after match after match after match that they are a force to be reckoned with, and that they are going to take every single game. Only 1 round left, Flowers, and right now I have no doubt that they might be able to do it.
If there was a time to beat them, that was it. That was it. They were a 2-man squad in a game that had 4 or 5 teams left with 8 to 10 players. They found themselves on the edge. They made sure that they were never going to be in a position to be multi-targeted. And then at the very end, when it was down to 3 teams, 1 with 3, 1 with 2, 1 with 1, and there is the 2, they're able to find an opportunity when their opponents are still focused on the idea of that one guy still being left alive separately. They can go in, they find the engage, immediately get 2 knocks, turn it into a 2v1. Honestly, just incredible team play, incredible comms. I can't praise these guys enough. If there was a time where you would expect them to lose, that was it, and they got the win anyway. I need time to rest the voice a little bit after that one, but we'll be back here after a couple minutes for the stats, the updates, and the final and 5th match of the day here in the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier Championship.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the first Soldier North American Championship. I'm Aubrey. This is Captain Flowers. And Flowers, how do you pronounce it again?
Nope. Nope.
Sephiroth?
Nope.
Okay, well then, can you pronounce round 4 results? Because that's what I want to take a look at right now after that amazing round that we had. But before we do that, we're going to do some quick trivia questions, Flowers, because I want to test even more of your Final Fantasy knowledge.
Okay, what do you got
so
for
let's
me?
go ahead and take a look. So question number 3.
Seventh Heaven.
What is...
Seventh Heaven.
All right.
It's B.
Okay. All right, it is B. I just got to that part of the game. I just got to that part of the game, okay? So
Yeah.
I knew that one too. So we both get points. Yay!
Yeah. Seventh
all right.
Heaven. That one's, come on, that one's easy. You gotta give me a harder one than that.
All right, well then how about this? Question number 4. What is the name of Tifa's martial arts teacher?
I believe... oh, this is so tough. I don't remember this one at all. I'm gonna have to do just a shot in the dark. I'm gonna go with D. I'm gonna go with Zangan.
I am going to say A. Zingan. That's my guess. Ah, it's Zangan.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Okay, point for you.
Yeah.
Point for you. That's fine.
Yeah.
Let's do
Okay.
one more
This is your chance to catch up.
question.
This is your chance to catch up.
I can catch up.
All right, let's see it.
See.
Let's
Question
see it.
number 5. What is the name of Eris's
Great
final
Gospel.
limit break? I haven't gotten there yet. Wait, is
Great
she the
Gospel.
girl with the flowers?
Yes, she's the flower girl.
I really like her. I like her as a character. I just
But
met
it is
her.
Great Gospel. Yes. Great.
Yeah, I like her as a character. She just gave Cloud a flower in Remake, and I can't wait to see what she does with the rest of the game. I hope that she's like a playable character or something. She seems really cool.
You're trolling me right now.
Is
By
it-
the
is
way,
it-
for
what if
those
I,
of you who
like-
didn't play the original Final Fantasy VII, Great Gospel is actually incredibly difficult to get it, if I remember right. It is quite a trek. You have to go obscenely out of your way to even acquire it. Like, that thing is if Final Fantasy VII came out in the age of achievements, that would be one of those achievements that like 2% of players have. That thing is not easy pickings.
Either way, I want to see if Aerith and Cloud end up together. Is that something that I could ship? Can I ship that?
I'm not
I
touching
just
this.
started Remake. I
I'm
just
not
started
touching this.
Remake. I really want them to end up together. I know a lot of people like Tifa. Jesse's pretty cool too. I really like Jesse. Let's go ahead and take a look at the scores for round 4.
Okay, round 4. Let's jump into some scores. Surprise, surprise. It's LSK at the top. It's LSK with yeah, that's 30. That's 30 eliminations. That's what is that? 33 plus 46 is 79 plus 11 is 9,000. Over 9,000 combined team
Jeez.
damage. Your Lingus, Alpha 7, and PH all doing a really good job together. Honestly, awesome performance from a second place team, hitting almost 6,000 damage themselves. This is the best performance of a non-LSK team today. Really got to give credit to them. Also racking up 10 elims on that one. 5 elims for Corpse Cafe, 4 for Tyler H Fan Club, Justice League getting 3. Zigbars doing the Zigbar classic of not having a particularly high overall placement, but still having a higher than expected number of eliminations, so got to give them credit for that. But let's go ahead and roll it forward, see what this ended up meaning for the points that all the teams collected. Spoiler alert, it's going to be 90. Yeah, 90
Oh my
for
gosh.
LSK, 30 for finishing first, and an additional 60 for the 30 elims that they found for themselves, nearly doubling the second place team's point total there. Alpha 7 picking up 48, and then Zigbars and Corpse Cafe tying it third for 36. Let's roll it forward and see what this means for the overall standings of everything, because
Oh my
now
gosh.
LSK has 254 points, and the Tyler H Fan Club has 119. So let's count this up, okay? Let's count this up. We're gonna do a little bit of fast math right now.
You're on your
254 minus 119 is 135. First place is worth 30. So 135 minus 30 is 105. We've got to round up because everything's done in even numbers because elims are worth 2, so 106. Half of 106 is 53. So that means that in order for someone that is not LSK to win, LSK has to get 0. They all just need to be eliminated as soon as they land in the battlefield. Just the other 24 teams just eliminate them. And then Tyler H Fan Club has to take first and get at minimum 53 eliminations.
That was a lot of math that you just threw at me, and that was
It's
a
all
lot
to
of
say
stuff
it
that
is
I could not
impossible.
follow.
It is realistically impossible for anyone else to take first. LSK currently has more points than first and second place, than second and third place put together. That being said, let's talk about the much more interesting conversation between standings, which is second through, I would say, all the way down to seventh. Second through seventh is 11 points apart. That is incredibly close. Everybody that's not LSK can literally just land and do whatever they want. This is the time to go for Bahamut, LSK. Vocals, I know you're in the chat. This is the time to go for Bahamut, all right? This is your moment. It doesn't matter. Go for Bahamut.
Yes.
But for Tyler H, for Fear, for Corpse Cafe, Alpha 7, Team Rocket, and Infamous, all 6 of these teams have the ability to finish second or third. Very realistically. They all need to be playing the best first soldier of their lives in this next round.
The point differential for everyone who is in LSK right now is actually phenomenally close. As you said, this last round could make or break for any of the teams that are kind of within this top 10 situation right now to take those second and third place scorings, because it kind of feels like the MVP award already decided. As you said, the first place award already decided. So I'm really interested to see who pulls out the stops and who really starts to show their stuff in the final round, because it is all make or break here. Also, one thing that I want to point out in the chat right now is that we have inadvertently accidentally started a who is the best girl discussion in the chat. So I'm seeing a lot of Eriths, I'm seeing some Tifas, and I'm even seeing some Jessies and Yufis. So
come on, who ended up in the gold saucer with Barrett? Come on. That's an achievement too.
I just started remake. Remake. No spoilers, Flowers.
We'll see everybody's reaction to that here in 3 minutes.
We can deep dive into the ships and the relationships and everything from Final Fantasy VII universe, but why don't we instead deep dive into what these teams could potentially be doing? I have a producer in my ear who's saying it's Tifa hands down. There's the
production bias?
Production aspect. But yeah, let's talk about the different strategies or what we could see coming out from these teams as we get into this 5th and final game. As here we go, we're following Almond Walrus as they drop down, and Limitless already picking up, or a knockdown at least, onto Zenpai.
Almond Walrus was one of our big snipers from day number 1. Hazard Zone, I love the name. I just love how troll it is. I know it makes my job objectively more difficult, but I don't, okay. Hazard Zone has unfortunately met with a less than fantastic start to this final round, but shouldn't be too hard for the other 2 players on their team to bring them right on back into this. Scion grabbing a knock onto OG. This is Team Rocket versus LSK right out of the gate. I feel like LSK knows what's going on now, and they're just like, okay, we're just gonna go straight for the PvP. This is the wild and crazy 5th round. They've essentially already secured themselves first place in this competition. There are so many knocks and so many eliminations coming out here at the start. This is gonna be a wild game 5, Avali.
Definitely, as we see Benji already getting knocked by Asylum as well, and OG currently needs to be revived on the side of Team Rocket as creator, and Scion is actually chasing him down. We see LSK meeting with Team Rocket yet again this early in the game. Creator is trying to run away, but there is no way that LSK lets him escape. No, Creator is being downed, even though OG was being able to be revived. But look at that, another revive needs to go through, and luckily Krovax is like, I already picked up OG a few seconds ago. Creator, I got your back too.
Well, that's 2 revives being used in the first, 2 minutes of the game for the side of Team Rocket. So gonna need some careful gameplay moving forward here, because they do not want to end up in a bad spot. They are one of those squads that I was talking about. 2nd place through 7th place. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is 6 different teams that are all within 11 points of one another that could very easily grab that silver or bronze medal after this 5th place match. They've all got to be looking at each other as their direct competition. And if you see LSK, just go anywhere else. Wherever LSK is, you don't want to be there. LSK's at home, I don't want to be at home. LSK's at the shop, I don't want to be at the shop. LSK's out in the field, get me out of the field. Don't go where they are.
We need to put like a little bell on LSK at this point just to be alerted whenever they get near. Boo trying to run away to revive his 2 teammates. This is what Team Fear needs in order to stay into it. We do have a ninja, so he does have a little bit of that extra mobility, but still only 17 HP as he's running away from this other squad that's trying to track him down. Knows that Fear 5 HP left on Boo. Boo is hoping to find Cure Materia, potions, anything to try to keep him further in this game. Again, only 5 HP, trying to throw down a couple different spells and abilities. Being knocked out by Apple
so
Cider.
rough. That's so rough. That almost guarantees that they will not finish top 3, despite the fact that they were in that conversation, being eliminated at position 23. You don't have a lot of time to grab a whole lot of elims up until that point. It means that they're going to get almost no points whatsoever here from this final round. That's a heartbreaker for them. Very, very unfortunate, as there's still 22 teams left to play.
22 teams, 63 players, and unfortunate that Fear will not be one of those squads. Absolutely heartbreaking. Almost as heartbreaking as watching these cute little hedgehoggy pies get absolutely slaughtered by Almond Walrus. No!
Alrighty. Alright, Hazard Zone. Still got 20 seconds left on that revive. Remember, this is from the knock that happened when we all first fell from the helicopters here at the very beginning. They have to rush to try to get this res right now. You can see Almond Walrus just running like a madman. Run, Walrus! Run, Walrus! Run, Walrus! Get to the telephone! Oh, no, it won't happen in time. And Hazard Zone gets a grand total of about 13 seconds of gameplay here in match number 5. Unable to be revived in time, so it's now a 2-man effort for Almond and Cran Carry.
Wow, a lot of these squads losing players or getting eliminated very, very early into the game. 22 teams remaining, which means that the hopes and dreams of 3 squads have been absolutely dashed as PH walks up to the vending machine with his umbrella, hoping to pick up maybe a potion or 2 or at least some resources. Uses the assess to understand where everyone currently is. Just kind of like, or excuse me, not the assess. Just kind of scopes around from the, I believe it's Alpha's assess actually, yes.
Yeah, just checking it out, seeing what's going on here.
Like,
we got
what?
a lot of neutral monsters, but it looks like everybody's more concerned with the PvP, and that's the way that I like to see it. Octopus having to recover some HP. Honestly, this whole squad here with the pink tags needs to back up a little bit, reset, heal up some of those wounds, but it doesn't look like they're gonna let him. Premium ends up getting knocked, didn't realize Octopus was right next to him, and Premium pays the price.
Oof, another person downed this early on. Alpha Ronaldo and Erlingus looking to try to escape from Octopus's squad, but Octopus doesn't look like he wants to let him, but it looks like Erlingus is going to get the knockdown onto Octopus and hopefully tries to run away with the squad mate.
Nice return elim. 1 for 1 between these squads, but there's another knock. There's more trouble. And there goes another one of those squads that was competing for one of those top spots. Honestly, pure chaos here in game number 5. Only 4 teams have been eliminated, but 2 of those 4 are 2 of the squads in that second top 6 that could have been competing for 2nd and 3rd.
Absolutely, Flower. So already we're going to see probably some drastic change-ups in the... What skin is that?
That one's a little wild.
Terrifying. That's terrifying. I'm scared. What is it?
I'm not quite sure. I think if I remember right, this is one of the monsters that lives in the like the sewer area.
Get it away from me, Flowers. Get it away!
It's not on the same level as the cute little Christmas cactar for you?
No, bring back Christmas Cactar. I don't want to look at Swamp Monster. That doesn't make me want to cheer for them. I'll cheer for Shadow Marine because I really like this kind of like dress outfit that they've got going on with the gunblades. But Swamp goes back on the screen.
I love how disturbed you are by this monster. It's been a while since I've done a full playthrough of Final Fantasy VII, so I can't remember exactly what it is. I'm sure a couple minutes from now when chat catches up, they'll be able to let us know exactly what monster that is. But Ovally is very much not happy with its appearance, does not enjoy the ugly monster, would much prefer the cute costumes. As the circle is shrinking in, the revive points are being erased, and we still got a couple teams pretty far deep into the blue here, Ovally.
Yeah, whoever's in the upper left, kind of passing by Sector 7 Undercity, they're going to be met by 2 different squads who are not going to want them to cross into the safe boundary. And it looks like whoever Squad 53 is, kind of between the Sector 7 station and the train graveyard, they're going to be passing right underneath your best friend.
Somebody go after him. LSK, where are you guys? Where are you guys? You got more points in 2nd and 3rd put together. Where are you guys? Bahamut is calling. Answer the call. Pick up the phone. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. It's Bahamut. He wants to talk. He wants to show up in the tournament. Final fight. Maybe. I'm doing what you told me. I'm manifesting. I am manifesting right now.
Manifest away. Like Crancarry is manifesting for some extra gills, some just loose change underneath the vending machine to pick up some extra potions and resources. Looks like we're now taking Team Rocket's perspective right now of Creator, Krovax, and OG. Remember, this is a squad that we were expecting a little bit more from, but unfortunately just running into LSK multiple times in the early game, setting themselves pretty far back. They're still pretty high up on the overall results and leaderboard, but this is really going to be the game where they need to prove and they need to tell everyone that they came here to play, they came here to win in order to try to take that second or third place.
Well, the name of the game, I think, is playing safe. 2 of the other 5 teams that you were in contention with for second and third have already been eliminated, and you've also already had to revive 2 of your players twice. It means mistakes are very costly, and you don't want to walk the same road that those other squads unfortunately did. If I'm Team Rocket, I'm looking to skirt the edges, I'm looking to take only free fights, and I'm looking to third party instead of direct engage on a lot of these things. So we'll have to see how things can continue for them, but we'll check back in a little bit. As you can see, it was still Crancarry and our buddy the Walrus who were trying to live as the 2-man squad dream after having lost Hazard Zone very early on. Team Rocket still just down here around the sewer systems. Nobody else is hanging out in this area, so no real immediate threat on them right now. Really just want to see these guys play it slow, play it steady, no unforced errors.
I couldn't see if anyone picked up anything special from that supply drop as we see Dante jumping in Nox's pink little Jeep, trying to pick up their friend as they see in the distance, saying, "Fools, get on in! We're searching for elims."
Let's do it. Let's see what they can find. I hope they can grab a couple of them. You can see 1 elim, 2 assists up there for Nox DM in the top left. So they've already found themselves a little bit of combat. They also have they got the jackets, right? Those championship jackets. Whenever I see those immediately let me know, hey, you got to respect this guy. That's the importance of having the victory swag after you win the events. That's what I'm saying. LSK looks like they're marching straight towards the ability to secure that #1 banner that you get for all time. Nobody else can ever say they have it. As well as the incredible monetary prizes both in and out of game that are waiting for our first, second, and third place finishers.
Apparently the monster's name is Hagen, but the real monsters are on stream right now. LSK Scions downing enemies in this cloud of smoke with the blind. It looks like they are the only ones who are in this building right now as all enemies try to run far away from them. June on the motorcycle. Is Scion going to be able to get that shot? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, Sahagens, they're sewer lizards, essentially. It's a sewer lizard. They exist in a lot of different Final Fantasies.
Flowers.
And now, yes. Let's see it. Bahamut is going to be invoked. They're taking on the fight. They're deciding they want to go after this. And I love the fact that they're going for it. It's game number 5. It's the final match of the tournament. And we got this squad going after Bahamut. It's not LSK, but it's another team that's ready to try to take them out.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
Lupus, J. Carby, and Ropi, I believe, trying to take down Bahamut. Remember, everyone was saying, oh, I don't want to take it down. Too many resources. It's too loud. I am curious if any squad wants to come and contend to try to pick up Bahamut. Look at the damage going down.
No, not the damage. I'm talking about the map. They're going to be third-partied as they're going for this. This is the risk of doing it. You can see light green coming in. It's light green. It's purple. It's Bahamut. It's a 3-way fight, and I'm expecting this one to be nothing but chaos. Let's see how it ends up. Bahamut's falling back a little bit. He's like, okay, maybe I don't want to be the main target here, trying to get himself away off to the edge. Bahamut's a very smart dragon. That's how he got to be king. Let's see the approach coming out from King Groot, coming out from Benji, coming out from Riven. Can they manage to snipe this away? Take down your opponents, steal the objective. Oh, Bahamut taking a lot of damage here, seems to be stunned. More bullets being poured into the King of the Dragons, and there it goes, Loot Pinata! As they manage to collect on the big elim on that neutral boss. But now, what sort of a use can they find from it? They need to pick this up. They need to get away. They don't want to take the fight immediately after. You want to heal yourselves up and reset your position a little bit. But we got Bahamut in game number 5.
Finally, a team who was able to do it. That was the Defaults, which was the team that was taking them down, and Daddy's Redhead was the competitor. But it looks like Jay Carvey and the squad able to take down Bahamut and Flowers. I am super excited to see him in action.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for whenever they're able to summon him up, whenever they're able to bring him into the battlefield, because I expect him to just absolutely wreak havoc on everybody. As you can see, King Groot and Benji and the squad still trying to see if they can find some marks under these health bars here. Honestly, only 16 teams left. Feels like game number 5 is moving along at a pretty speedy pace compared to some of the others.
Absolutely. 16 teams remaining with 41 players up. It looks like we're taking a look at Groot, who's really trying to take down the team of the defaults just so they can't summon Bahamut and bring him onto the field, because that is going to be devastating for quite a few people. Looks like they're trying to chase him down, and honestly, I'm a little worried for the squad right now. They need to be able to survive. Training zone is shrinking. They need to find cover just to be able to... Oh, Flowers! Take a look at Jay Carby's item right now, because I believe that is the bomb launcher. We can actually take a closer look at that. And remember, that is launching all of those huge bombs and basically like grenades. In order to reload it, have to weaken other bombs and just suck them up. And here we go! Honestly, no, this is an Ifrit summon.
Oh.
No, that's
no,
Bahamut.
It's not. It's Bahamut as he spirals down from the sky. Let's go. Here he is. Let's follow him and see the chaos that Jay Carby is able to wreak. What sort of hits can he find here? Who is going to find themselves, unfortunately, in the targeting line of this incredibly powerful weapon? Riven looks like might be the first target. Let's see what we can get. Yeah, it's a little bit of damage coming down, being dunked. There's the flare breath. Just immediately deletes him right off of the motorcycle. Goes for a dive bomb to follow it up here a little bit. Riven trying to get to safety inside the building. That last explosion barely missing out on securing the kill. While Jay Carby is in Bahamut mode, Lupus has been knocked. So Carby's got to try to use this Bahamut. Find a lot of advantages here. Never mind, they've got the res. They've got control over the area. Let's see if Jay Carby can find some more. He sees King Groot and Benji. Remember, this is the squad that was trying to third party them when they were going after the Bahamut. And now Carby's able to get his revenge. He drops the flare breath yet again, and he's chasing after Benji. You got wings? I got bigger ones. And Benji is going to get shot to pieces as the Bahamut pursuit continues. The best part about this, I don't even know how long this summon lasts. I'm just going to keep enjoying it until he leaves the field. And Jay Carby is the only one loving it more than me, getting to wreak absolute havoc on these guys as he flies through the battlefield, finding target after target. Onyx might have a motorcycle, but Carby's got a dragon, and he's got his sights set on that vehicle. Can he find the hit, though? It's going to be pretty hard to make contact, I would think. The motorcycle is fast. Even the King of the Dragons having a hard time catching up to that one. But, oh, there's legit vocals. Can they utilize the Bahamut power on the other squad? Still going to keep chasing Onyx. Still not going to hit. Falling back a little bit here. There's another motorcycle. So many of these fast targets. This seems to be the way to try to counter Bahamut's power. Sidestepping as the breath comes down. Bahamut still looking for more. Jay Carby trying to get maximum value out of this summon. Let's see. Who's he going to find? Who's he going to find? Oh, there's Cosmo. There's Cosmo. Let's go. This is what you want to be looking for. This is what you want to stop. Don't let him get the 5, Pete. Stop him from getting that first place. Take him down with Bahamut's flare breath. Not going to find it there. Still looking for a bit more damage. Cosmo doing a good job utilizing the terrain to try to stay away from the incredibly powerful projectiles that Bahamut can put down range.
Cosmo seems to have found the weakness of Bahamut, though, just hiding underneath these pipes and this architecture, just weaving back and forth. Doesn't look like Jay Carby's going to be able to pull him off, but Onyx has actually found teammate Lupus Oves. Luckily gets revived by Ropi. Looks like the teammates are getting a little bit closer.
That means Carby has to regroup with his team now. He doesn't want to keep picking a fight with Cosmo when Cosmo's using the terrain so well. And there, it looks like the summon timer is finally going to expire. Bahamut has now gone into what may be his last attack, the Mega Flare! Who does he get? Who does he get? The massive explosion. Did everybody manage to clear the area?
I think everyone cleared.
Oh no! Jay Carby ends up not being able to claim anybody with the Bahamut limit break, and now he comes crashing back down to Earth in human form once again. I am so happy I got to see this.
I know, Flowers. We finally got to see Bahamut in round 5, the final round of our 2-day tournament. What a treat that was. But I can't help but feel that Jay Carby was hopefully looking for a little bit more with that. I feel like maybe they felt like they got pressured into using the Bahamut early on just because the entire team was getting chased down so much, as we see LSK closing in on some of the squad members right now. Going down the stairs, tracking them into what looks like the sewer system, throwing down the thunder, and only 34 candidates remain.
We are down to the last 13 teams, about halfway there, and LSK still in full strength as well. Honestly, really impressed with Cosmo's ability to sidestep and completely circumvent the strength of that incredibly powerful Bahamut. You saw when he hit the abilities, particularly the Flare Breath. It was just absolutely eviscerating player health bars. But if he never hits you, he can't ever really hurt you. So Cosmo doing a great job outplaying that one. Blizzard materia used in here by Jay Carby and Lupus as they're still trying to fight their way through this place. Look at the minimap. Turn your eyes up there. We once again got that bag of Skittles as so many different player colors are all in the same spot. This one's going to turn crazy so fast.
Super fast, but at least there's hammer and bomb launcher in tow for Jay Carby and this crew. They're the only ones that are currently in this room. Everyone else seems to be potentially above ground right now. We've got the team of black chocobo hoodied squad members kind of lurking around in the sewers. I wonder how everyone is doing on the surface side, you know, those who are touching the sun. Looks like Blizzard materia being thrown down, but not going to hit anyone just because no one is in this area just yet. And as I say that, here comes LSK rounding the corner, joining them in this room, the Blizzard materia being shown. Cosmo shooting down Jay Carby. No bombs seem to be landing for him. Jay Carby being taken very low, 100 HP on the side of Cosmo. Ropey tries to get some shots across to Cosmo and does connect quite a few, but here comes the cure.
And there, Cosmo is able to reset position, reset health, and now they're ready to engage yet again with fire materia flying out. Lupus going to be the first one down here, as now you'll see Jay Carby trying to fight back. Unfortunately, this is a much more fair fight than it was earlier, and he has no Bahamut power this time. He has no way out, and I believe that will be the full team wipe and elimination of the defaults. I love the fact that they gave us Bahamut. Thank you guys so much. You are my MVPs for doing that, but unfortunately, Team LSK, they're showing no mercy. They came to win all 5 games today. We heard yesterday from Vocals it was going to be a clean sweep, and they're over halfway there in this final match to getting it done after winning the first 4. Cran Carry and Almond Walrus. Remember, they lost Hazard Zone at the very beginning of this game, and they're honestly still doing a good job staying alive as 2.
We saw the bike swipe from Cran Carry onto Onyx, and Onyx zooms by going, "Pfft, you trying that with me? I invented that move," and slowly dashes away, or quickly dashes away on that motorcycle, I should say. Cran Carry and the Almond Walrus, as you said, 2-man squad still being left alive. Currently just kind of like looking around the zone, potentially maybe just going to find some place where they can hide or turn this really tight corner. I took my motorcycle test. I know how to do that. I ride a Vespa that kind of.
I was going to say, you ride a small banana-colored scooter. I don't know if that's the same as a high-powered motorcycle. A
chocobo-skinned Vespa. Correct yourself, sir, and put some respect on my vehicle, Mr. I won't get on the back of it. But listen, let's talk about Hazard Zone. Get it on the back of Cran Carry and Almond Walrus, as again, these 2 are the final team members left alive. Trying to play it very slow, trying to play it very safe. They're hiding on the outskirts. They still have a little bit of time, 30 seconds about, before the training zone starts to shrink even further to get into the sewer system. And it looks like, because Cosmo finding June with the help of Scion, taking down another enemy.
Jun Rio knocked down, but they're not concerned with securing the elimination just yet. I think they're trying to see if somebody shows up and tries to save him. Just going to use him as bait to lure out his teammates and then try to secure the entire team-wide elim. There it is. They're finally going to knock out the last little part of that health bar now as Cosmo jumps back down to regroup with Vocals. Still 10 teams and 19 players left. That means across the 10 teams, there is less than an average of 2 players per team, and things are only going to get spicier and dicier as the circle closes in, and we're getting down to the end, down to the wire here in match number 5, the final match of the day on the final day of the tournament, and things are getting spicy. Almond Walrus knocked into the down state, and the follow-up there from Scion and legit Vocals should be able to finish him off. Now it's Cran Carry all alone. Gotta be careful. Gotta try to find a way to last as long as possible. 7 teams
and 14 players remaining. Carry utilizing the dagger throw ability of the ninja to reposition himself, find a good hiding spot. I like this approach, but the problem is, looks like Vixenus might have eyes on it. Grand Carry, again, just going to see if he can throw out some of those materia. Maybe find a stipe. Nixtalia moving up, throwing down some thunder materia. This makes it so hard to stay in one spot. This makes it so hard to try to hide in one little area, eclipsing the vision of your opponents. Still down to 6 teams now. Almond Walrus could still be revived, but with the circle's just so small, there's really nowhere you can even do it. Grand Carry's going to try to fight back as Nox DM looks to get the knock, looks to get the elimination, and that will do it. 4 teams, 3 teams left, 7 players still on the map. Everybody from LSK is still around. Captingular flying through the air, but might just get grounded here as Scion looks to hit the shots. Captain Tingular lands, and Captain Tingular's down. It's 2 teams left with 6 players. It's a full-on 3v3. LSK looking to find their final win. They find the first elimination. Now they'll be looking for the rest. It's a 2v3. They'll look for Nox DM on top of the pipes. They'll just be throwing bullets up there, throwing materia up there, throwing everything up there. Nox DM still trying to get away as Dante wants to fight back here on the opposite side. He's going to be taken down on top of the Transformer. One more elim will complete the perfect circuit in the finals. And LSK, they did it in 1, they did it in 2, they did it in 3, they did it in 4, and they did it in 5. The champions of the Final Fantasy VII First Soldier Tournament.
No doubt about it, Flowers. They have earned that Chocobo hooding that they were wearing that said 2022 champions on it. LSK, the clear victors for this championship. Dominant in game 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Legit Vocals called it yesterday saying we are taking every single game. We can't be stopped, and they just showed everyone how it was done.
Absolutely incredible. Incredible brains, incredible hands. You gotta have the hands to win the fights, and you gotta have the brains to set the hands up for success. They piloted everything beautifully from start of the day to the finish now, and I cannot wait to see how things look once the dust settles and we tabulate all of the scores. We're gonna be heading to do that right now. We got another break heading your way, but when we get back, we're gonna have final scores, we're gonna have updates, and I believe we're even gonna look to have an interview with the champs. That's a lot of good stuff. You don't wanna miss it. Keep it right here.
everyone, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. I'm Ovely with Captain Flowers, and we just wrapped up our 5th and final round of the day, where we saw Team LSK take all 5 of them.
LSK. They said they were going to do it. They turned around and did it. Game number 5 was our most chaotic one of the day, I believe. We got to see Bahamut. I'm so happy we got to see what it brings to the table. Honestly, LSK did a great job of outplaying it. We got to see how easy it is to rack up those eliminations when you can hit the damage from it. But really, just an awesome showing a competition here today. The way that for the majority of the matches, we didn't see teams getting eliminated until very far into the match. Showed how everybody was focusing up. Everybody was really trying to give it their all here in the competition. But LSK, time and time and time and time, and then one more time again, just managed to show how far above they were.
Absolutely. They were just a cut above the rest. And that being said, still tons of shout outs to all of the squads who, while they weren't LSK caliber, were still really giving it all and duking it out to fight for those 2nd and 3rd place placement spots. We had a lot of teams really show up. We had a lot of different strategies come out. Again, a huge shout out to the defaults who, even though they didn't finish in some of the top placements, they were still able to bring out that Bahamut in round 5. I'd like to actually take a look at some of the highlights that we have from the day, just so we can go back and remember all of these moments fondly, Flowers.
All right, let's see what we've got. Highlights from throughout the entire day today. A little bit of Cosmo shooting coming out here. We got to see a lot of that over the course of this one. Creator lining up some of those long-range shots here as well. Team Rocket had a couple of pretty high moments here throughout their tournament competition of the day, but those Thunder materia also being used a lot throughout the Day 2 competition for that zone control.
Absolutely. Look at shooting through all of those blinds as we're looking at Scion's perspective right now. Gosh, and this is entering into some of these final zones. And again, fighting Team Rocket so early. Look at Creator being taken down. One of the teams that we had our eyes on going into Day 2, just ultimately being taken out by LSK so early in so many of these rounds. Super unfortunate.
Yeah, by the time this one all ended up said and done, there's so many of these highlight clips that show our champions in LSK here as well. Because, I mean, you go through this, you think Soldier, you think Cloud, you think Sephiroth, you think Angiol, you think Genesis, you think Zac. Well, now you're also going to have to start thinking about Scion. You're going to have to start thinking about Vocals. You're going to have to start thinking about Cosmo, because these guys got main character energy. Just the way that they were able to run over the whole lobby, take over the whole game. Let's see some of those long shots. There we go. Dial them in. Dial them right down the center with 1-800-CALL. You are done. That is how these guys are just able to constantly find the shots over and over again from any range, from any distance. Always on the same page as well. When one goes in, they all go in, and it was just a pleasure to watch.
It's funny that these are our, all of Day 2 highlights, but it's still all LSK because they were the ones who were picking up almost every single elim that we had throughout the day. How much were they capping out at? They had like 30 elims for how many rounds?
They had 30 elims for most. I think they had 30 elims game 1, 30 elims game 3, 30 elims game 4. We still have to wait to see the stats for game 5. I think it was game 2 that they only ended up with 27 or something like that, and that was a low point.
Slacking.
Like, that's eliminating a third of the lobby is your low point.
Mm-hmm,
that's that's something.
Absolutely shameful as we see Scion take out Crovex right there. Cosmo taking him out as well. Just so many highlights that came from LSK, specifically Flowers. And there's only one thing left to do, and that is to bring up the final standings. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look.
All right, there it is. Day 2 standings. LSK, 350 total points. 2nd and 3rd put together came in at 300, so they beat them combined by 50. The Corpse Cafe coming in with the silver medal here at 157, and the Tyler H fan club wrapping up the trophy podium. They're taking the bronze, 143 total points for them. Infamous, Bold Saucer, Team Rocket, Fear, Alpha, all of these teams so close, but not close enough to make it into that top 3. Congratulations to Tyler H, congratulations to Corpse Cafe, and an extra big congratulations to LSK taking the win. There it is, you can see on your screen right now. It's Legit Vocals, Scion, and Cosmo, your 3-man squad at the very tip top. Corpse Cafe, Vigraph Foles, I hope I'm pronouncing you guys' names correct because I think I'm definitely going to make some cornfield errors here. Dante Yaminaka and Nox Diem of the Corpse Cafe taking second, and Hazard Zone, Almond Walrus, and Cran Carey of the Tyler H fan club taking third, with Cosmo from LSK consistently their top damage, their most elims, 66 eliminations across 5 games means he averaged slightly over 13 elims per game. Out of 72 possible, that means he was getting about 1/6 of the total possible elims every single game. This man played incredibly from start to finish, and here's the prizes that they all won.
Of course, and with that MVP, Cosmo's getting that $100 bonus as well as extra credits on top of what their team is already going home with. $6,000 split between the team, 30,000 Shinra credits per team member, those 3 Razer Kishi for either the iOS or Android, as well as 3 Razer Opus X headphones, and Flowers, they are the victorious ones. They are getting those exclusive first place in-game titles and banners. Second and third place still going home with some of that cash money, as well as Shinra credits and some awesome Razer products. But just not that first place banner, Flowers. I think that now the only thing that we have left to do is to speak with some of the winners themselves. So let's go ahead and bring them in here. We have an interview with Legit Vocals. And
Welcome back,
everybody. Welcome back.
Vocals,
It feels good to be
welcome
back.
back. I know. Welcome back and congratulations. It feels like only yesterday that we just spoke with you when you told us that you and your team were going to take every single game. And we kind of laughed it off like, haha, that's wishful and, confident thinking.
No.
And then you pulled
laughed
it off.
I have to. Flowers didn't laugh it off. Flowers believed in us. We got to stick by Flowers. You wanted to say that we weren't going to do it. You were siding with Creator. I got to stick with Flowers on this one. Flowers, he held with us. He realized that we were going to win it. We called it. We were going to win all 5. And that's really what the team did. Like, we came together and we were like, hey, no mistakes. We play together because when we're a unit, we can't lose. So we stayed together. We had I think game 3 or game 4 was our hard one where we roughed it. We barely had anything. We kept getting picked on by teams. We had no potions, but we still pulled it together. Then we had game 4, the closest upset ever. Cosmo got downed in the scariest place. We were I couldn't get to him quick enough. And then Scion was taking fights and we were saying, hey, let's play a little bit safer. We're down a member. And he got downed. Thankfully, I just picked a raise off of one of the people we just killed. So I dashed over, hit the raise, and having that 2-man team is a whole lot more solid. I couldn't have done that final fight against PH's team without Scion. Scion was able to get the enemy teammates down low. So when I went in for my combo, I knocked one. We picked up the final fight. It was really intense for us. It's funny when you're watching your teammates, we were looking at the enemy teams, we wanted to see them compete, but when you're looking at my teammates, Scion and Cosmo, they're looking at each other, it's I'm really only competing against you, because they wanted to go at each other for MVP. They're not competing against the rest of the lobby, they're competing against each other at the end of the day. And that's how we're looking at it. And so huge shout out to my teammates, Scion and Cosmo. Go ahead.
For what it's worth, I'll let you know that the contest for most eliminations for MVP, Cosmo won with 66. Second place was Scion with 63. So they were within 3 eliminations of one another. That race was a tight race. But I do want to ask you, you called your shot yesterday and you slammed the dunk saying we're going to win all 5 of these today. Were there any major changes that the team made as a collective, as a group, to decide how you were going to play today versus yesterday? Or was it just more of the same and just dialing it in?
So we live by the same motto: play consistent. So even if you're losing, play how you'd play if you're winning. Even if you're winning, you play consistent. And we were as long as we stick together, teams will come to us. Teams will want to fight us. We don't have to go out and search people. So teams came to us. and we always played consistent play. We did. We were like 8 out of 10 on confidence this morning. We were like, we might have an upset. We'll go into it. Then when we started the stream, we saw Creator, and like we've played Creator. Even before the tournament, we played him earlier today and ran against him. And we were like, nah, we're 8 out of 10. And Creator was like, it's not plausible for you guys to win 5 out of 5. And that's just that little incentive he nicked at us. We were like, no, now we're proving a point.
The
it's no
audacity.
longer like we're going to win the championship. We're going to prove the point that when we want to win, we're winning it. And we put it out there. We showed everybody that like when we come together,
awesome.
we are the best 3 players together. And
Absolutely, and that's exactly
like I said, shout out to the team because we all played our part. And like I said before yesterday, I couldn't do anything without them. Like they are the core of the team. I'm just the guy that brought us together, and we work very well together.
Absolutely. And again, a huge congratulations to you, Legit Vocals, and your entire team on LSK. The entire squad did such an amazing job today, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us, and go enjoy your prizing.
Beautifully played, my friend.
You.
Looking forward to the next one.
All right, Flowers. Well, with that out of the way, we announced our winners, but there's still one more thing to announce, Flowers, and that, of course, is Season 4. We had producer Shoichi Ichikawa mention it a little bit in his letter to the community, but we actually have some very special footage, so let's go ahead and take a look. That was such a fun trailer to see, Flowers, and I know that you are incredibly excited, specifically for the Gold Saucer.
I love the gold saucer. It's one of the coolest places in Final Fantasy VII. A giant golden orb in the sky held up by an equally golden tree trunk. I love it. I think this is going to be such a cool area to explore. The Season 4 update seems super cool. There's so much stuff they're adding. Let's go ahead. We got a couple of clips or screenshots or something to show you guys about this. Some new locations being added to the plate side map. Player count increasing from 60 to 75. More players, more madness, more chaos, more fun. You love to see it. Then a new location also as well. Is that an airship?
Ooh.
Final
It's
Fantasy
looking
staple?
nice. It's looking fancy. You can see like all the colorful accents that you got right there. But then, of course, we have to talk about the main focus of the update, which is the gold saucer added to the Undercity map. It's finally here, and look at it with all of its bright lights and glory. There's so much that you can do in this new place now. There's the battle square, where it's the battle-focused area, and you're going to have a bunch of strong monsters, as we saw. There's like a little Tonberry on the screen. We saw some bombs, as well as some of the Scorpion Sentinels. There's also the Wonder Square where you can destroy all of these boxes to obtain items, but of course, you know, it's a little bit of roulette. Sometimes it could be good stuff, sometimes it could be big ol' monsters, Flowers.
I love the fact that they're leaning into what Gold Saucer's identity was back in Final Fantasy VII. Yes, there was a battle arena. Yes, there's some typical Final Fantasy VII encounters you could experience, but it was all about the games, the idea of games and risk, and I love the fact that the reels and the boxes and things play into that. It gives you the same sort of feeling of you never know what you're going to get. It's a dice roll when you go into this place. Risk and reward can be completely out of whack. You never know what's going to happen, and that's the fun of the Gold Saucer. That's what it's all about. Some chance reels showing up now, and I do believe we have some more intriguing things if we can go to the next slide. What do we got lined up here? That's right, the new style, the Trickster, bringing out the cards, having that style that specializes at toying with foes, deceptive abilities. You saw the decoy that the players were able to summon. The decoy still did damage. By the way, it's not just a distraction. It was able to be used as sort of like a semi-turret. This looks super cool. There's a lot of outplay potential with this.
The marking cards that we see, using the cards as weapons, that's going to be very interesting, the melee weapon as it's shown there. Specializing, of course, with toying with foes, but that's not it. We also have new materia being added with the tornado. That's where you can shoot a ball of wind that explodes to the location it lands on, but that's not it, because the gust sends allies and enemies flying and can clear placed materia. So those pesky blizzard turrets or any bio or maybe arrow, this tornado is going to come in and absolutely blow it all away.
The ability to erase zone control as well as manipulate both ally and enemy positions is going to turn a lot of fights really crazy, and especially when you get down to those late game encounters where you have a small circle, if you get repositioned, you can all of a sudden be in the hazard zone immediately and you're having a bad time. I think Tornado has the potential to add a lot of chaos to the game, but that's not all. Producers, what else do we have heading their way? A new weapon, of course, the Giltos machine gun. Obviously, you were, I think this was something that you were very excited about.
I was excited about until I looked into my wallet and realized I had no gil, no money, because this special weapon uses gil to fire, okay? The projectiles and speed increase with the amount of gil held, which means if you are broke like me, you aren't really going to do any damage there. But if you are rolling in it, then perhaps this is the weapon for you. But this isn't the only weapon that we have. We also have the Chimeric Vengeance. You want to talk about it?
I love this. I love weapons that have alternate fire modes. A 3-shot burst fire gun, so a standard battle rifle type of approach, but you're able to charge it to convert into a high-speed laser shot. So you can play typical BR trading patterns or go for that big sniper shot if you're looking to put on your Cosmo cosplay and try to hit those downtown montage moments.
Now, not only do we have new styles, materia, and weapons, we also have new vehicles. Flowers,
oh,
this
baby.
is the sports car. Now, what's important to note is that it runs at the same speed as the bike, which is already faster than the utility vehicles.
And Bahamut's fireballs.
And potentially Bahamut's fireballs. But take a look at the skins that we already see. We were talking about the Summer Chocobo skin. We were talking about like the purple, kind of like flare-ish skin, the Chocobo motorcycle. But look at the skins that we have here. I don't know what any of the names are, but I'm going to call that Pink Bear, Reddy, and Goldie. And all of them look amazing, and I want them.
And I know you like the cars, but I got something even better for you. Let's roll the next slide because we've got some controller key binding customization. I messed them up. I thought that the next one was coming up. Everybody likes customization options for what it's worth. I love the ability to rebind UI, but the next one is what I was talking about. Let's go next slide because the one after, Chocobo Time Trial. Time Trial and Chocobo races feels like it's always been something that's been a part of Final Fantasy as long as Chocobos have, and now in late September, so a little bit after the update drops, y'all will be able to participate in some Chocobo racing of your own.
I want to ride. I want to ride a Chocobo, Flowers. I need you to teach me. I'm excited. I've never done it before, but I want to hop on a Chocobo and I want to see how fast I can go. Vroom,
That's
vroom.
the dream of every Chocobo rider.
Well, Flowers, we have reached the end of not only our tournament, but our broadcast for the Final Fantasy VII, the first Soldier North American Championship. We had an action-packed weekend. We had a dominating team, as well as so many other squads who really came out and showed what they were made of. I had such a fantastic time. Do you have anything to say before we sign off?
I want to say a huge thank you to Square Enix for having me be a part of this event. I have been a lifelong fan of Final Fantasy for what is more than 2 decades now. So I have been honored to be a part of this. Thank you all so much for having me. Huge shout out to everybody in the chat as well. It's not a show without an audience, and y'all have been absolutely incredible. No, I am still not telling you my Sephiroth pronunciation, but I've been so happy to share everything else with you here during the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor, and I can't wait for next time. Thank y'all so much.
Absolutely. Flowers, I couldn't even add anything else there. I want to say again a huge thank you to the community. As a new Final Fantasy fan, this was so amazing. And this community was actually so encouraging of each other, so supportive and so kind, just as we heard producer Shoichi Ichikawa say in his letter as well. Huge shout out to the production team, to Square Enix, the dev team, and all of our partners who helped make this event happen. If you would like to follow Captain Flowers, you can find him on all of the social media, Captain Flowers, as well as mine, Ovalie May. But that is it for us today in the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. We hope to see you all again at future events. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night.
Da 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 da. The top 15 here in the first round. 33 players still alive. Means a lot of squads. Oh my goodness, there it is again. Cosmo.
Oh. Just been making. Oh! Onyx! Did Onyx just crash into Creator right there?
Always a good time as PH Premium trying to escape. Oh no! His teammates just drove by him and he couldn't hop in the truck.
Let's see what you can do.
Da 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 da.